Almost ready, guys. One moment. Hello, everybody. Just give me 1 minute. My stupid camera's not active. Why? There we go. This happens every time. All right. There we go. Oop. There we go. Hello, hello. Oh. These would help. Okay. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. I hope you find yourself having a good day today on this glorious Matrix Tuesday afternoon, or evening, or morning, or whatever time of day it is. So, I got a crazy one for you. Come on, there we go. Got a crazy one for you today. It's a pre-birth memory. I've had this one sitting in my to-do list all year and finally had some time to do it. So it's kind of like the one we did on Christian a while back, but it's shorter. It's only about 15 minutes, but it is packed to the brim with just tips on and proof that, again, we live inside of a matrix, reincarnation, soul trap realm. So let's get into it. I mean, as you can see, he flat out says Earth was a black bubbling mass of pure evil. Okay, so let's get into it, guys. And I hope you're all doing well out there. Sorry I didn't have time to talk much in the chat earlier. Running a little late today, but I'm always running late, so alright. Alright, so this is the guy. Seems like a chill dude and just wants to get his story out. And you can tell he's done his homework. He was curious from a young age, and he lets it all out there. Problem is, unfortunately, I think he's destined for another trip back here, and you'll see that throughout. Here we go.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Well, I decided to make this video, finally, about the pre-birth experience. And I'm doing it because I'm sitting in traffic and I'm bored. So I don't even know where to start, honestly. But watching these other videos on the pre-birth experience is one of the main reasons why I'm making this video. I just feel like the story does need to get out. I feel like the whole reason why I've had this experience is to tell people about it. So that's what I'm doing. It's insane to hear other people talk about it, because all of our experiences are pretty much exactly the same, minus a few details, very little ones, very little details. I have a lot of detail though. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm special or anything like that, but when I hear people talk about it, I have a little bit more, and there's a reason for it, and I'll get into that as the video goes on. I'm going to try to make it short because I know we all have short attention spans nowadays. Gotta let this more
I like how he says that, how we have short attention spans this day. He's spot on. He's got society pegged.
Life will go by. Driving is more important right now. You go be safe, man. Well, this is how it started for me. Basically, I started off and I was like, I'd want to say like a ball of energy, okay? And I was floating around, and I was experiencing pure bliss. It's the best feeling you could ever imagine. You can't describe it into words. You can't. I was basically receiving knowledge constantly about everything. I understood everything. I was so smart, yet so curious at the same time. One thing I did not hear people mention is that I had a body and then I didn't at the same time. I was like a baby, a teenager, and an elderly person all at the same time. I was, again, I was a young baby, I was a teenager, and an elderly person. But I didn't see my hands or anything like that. I felt like I was all those ages at one time. I know that's very weird, but that's what I felt.
Okay, so what I wanted to expand upon about what he was saying about how he felt he was all ages, a great comparison you can put out there, and this is, been talked about by other people with pre-birth experiences too. Pre-birth memories. But if you think about the movie Soul, remember how they go to the Hall of You, I think it was, or the Hall of You, and you see, Joe's different lives at different age, and it's showing basically a presentation and little points, throughout that. So what you're seeing here is basically that interpretation, which I found really fascinating to hear it from someone's voice. So just take a look at that one. If you haven't seen the movie Soul yet, gotta check it out.
And I was just kind of floating around, just flying around, just feeling so good. And then I felt something like calling me over behind me, like turn around, fly over here. I was being beckoned. Somebody was talking to me telepathically. I turned around and I saw three beings, three of them. I saw, it was a womanly figure and two males standing next to her side by side. I couldn't really see their faces, but they were just wearing, I would want to say, white robes, and I couldn't see her face. It was like just light, but I could see her hair. She was a brunette, and they were telling me to come down, and instantly I knew what was happening. I knew that they were going to send me here, and I did not want to come.
He knew. He knew what they were doing, and he knew he did not want to come.
At all. I did not want to be here. I was like, nope. I remember fighting it really bad. Like, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. And I was flying around a little more. Just like, when you're trying to tell your kid to go clean their room, and they're just like, they're trying to have fun before they go. That's what I was doing. I was like, no. I do not want to go to this place. And
No. I do not want to go to this place. Pre-birth memories. This is extremely common. Remember, near-death experiences. What do they always say? I didn't want to come back. I didn't want to come back. In this case, in pre-birth memories, they don't want to go. They don't even. They're just getting started, for Christ's sake.
As I was doing that, I was kind of looking over to where I was gonna go, Earth, and man, that was the first moment of fear that came over me. I was
looking at Earth was the first moment of fear that came over him. So just looking at it sent fear down him. That's some sort of like PTSD thing, no joke. Because you know, he's been here before. We've all been here before. So that is some serious, post-traumatic Earth disorder.
Earth, and man, that was the first moment of fear that came over me. I was scared because I knew this place was going to be bad. I didn't want to be here, for sure. Compared to that, I didn't want to be here, and I was fighting it, and it got to the point where I was gonna go. I had no choice, and they were letting me know that you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. Just come on down.
Now, I'm just gonna rewind this part because it's kind of important we expand on it. So just hear this again.
It got to the point where I was gonna go. I had no choice, and they were letting me know that you're gonna be okay.
He's saying he had no choice. Now, again, this is why researching this topic is so important, because it's involved in other topics. Like, for instance, we've already touched on near-death experiences, and now I'm gonna piggyback and go to the past life regressions too, because there is this whole process that leads up to basically you being like at the last minute going to Earth. So he's saying he had no choice. Now, mind you, could he have backed out at this point? Maybe. But he's already had a mind wipe. Make no doubt about it. You'll also hear him talk about it later on, how when he was descending to Earth, how he was losing memories more and more and more. Problem is, he's already made agreements. He's got these beings there, okay? It's probably a combination of either one or both of the Council of Elders or the guides or the Ascended Masters, whatever the hell is with him at this moment, okay? And he feels like he has no choice. There's probably some sort of energy thing going on, okay? And remember, the memory is wiped shortly after death, okay? And I think they also wipe the memory periodically while you're going through the whole soul school thing, okay? Basically the indoctrination camp up in the astral realm or out in the astral realm. Remember, we do see in near-death experiences open admissions of the memory wipe. And where is that occurring? At the white light. Okay? What do people experience at death? The white light. Okay? And if you don't think that they're not, covering all their avenues, they are. Okay? So I think it's really important to hammer home that even he is perceiving he has no choice, but he's also blocked from the essential memory of knowing that he has a choice. He's gone through all sorts of crap to get to this moment to be reincarnated. Okay, so that it's really, really important that is laid out, and that there isn't like a feeling of hopelessness out there, guys, because there is choice, but the choice has to be made at the time of death when you're leaving the physical body. Not when you've already gone through the whole astral rigmarole and indoctrination and being within their realms and all that. Okay, at that point, maybe you can get out, but certainly not going to bank on that. That's way too dangerous. So I know I kind of went off a little bit on that, but it's really, really important that point is made. So you're not saying to yourself, oh my God, this guy said, I had no choice. There were already agreements made.
You're gonna be okay. It got to the point where I was gonna go. I had no choice, and they were letting me know that you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. You know, just come on down. And before I went down, I turned around and I saw them, and I looked, and it was a pool. It was a pool of water, and covering it was like a big awning, like old. I'd want to say like column. They were like columns, white columns. You know, like old like Greek columns. You know, they're real defined and they're just beautiful.
Okay, and the reason I'm stopping it here is because we've got a data point here. Okay, this whole video is packed with them. But I bring this up before because this is, you know, if you're researching this topic, it's really, really important that you keep an eye out for this. Okay, so I'm going to throw up some images really quick. Okay, so he's talking about something like this, like Greek columns, all right? In astral projection accounts, and DMT, ayahuasca trip reports. We've heard it in pre-birth memories. We've heard it in NDEs too. This seems to pop up a lot, okay, where there is this look of, and I'm not saying a lot in each category, but I'm saying it's prevalent, okay, enough where we are looking at something in the astral realm that we can identify down on Earth as well. He is able to describe this very well, as are other people who bring this type of thing up. And I call it the continuity of familiarity. And the reason that exists, in my strong opinion, is that it's about keeping us familiar with sightings and the way things look across multiple realms. And by having that, it keeps us kind of stuck in this illusion. It's, in my opinion, it's a really smart way to approach this, because you remember, you got to think sometimes if you were running this place as a parasite. Okay? So what are you going to do? You're going to make things look familiar. You're going to make people have attachments to things in both realms. And boom. It just makes the whole process easier, lesser chance of failure of keeping people, you know, under the illusion. We want to keep people in the illusion. Okay, so that's it. And I also want to bring up this image. I'm sure many of you have seen this. You know, some artist made this, and it's an image. Again, this is like an astral type image, you know, in the clouds. And I thought it was an interesting one. So yeah, I didn't want to harp too much on it, but it's really important that that point is made, because this is a pattern and a data point that crosses many topics, and they use it for a reason. It's not there just for the hell of it. It's there because it serves a purpose in keeping people within the system. Okay, let's continue.
And covering it was like a big awning, like old. I'd want to say like column. They were like columns, white columns. You know, like old like Greek columns. You know, they were real defined and they were just beautiful. And it was just covering this pool. And they were standing by the water. And I did not want to go into that water because I knew what that meant. So they beckoned me over, and at this point, I was fighting it. I had no choice. I was being pulled into the water, and I got into the water, and I was petrified. I knew what was going to happen. They were going to send me down. I didn't want to go, and I kept asking them, please, if I'm going to go, can you please let me remember this place? I want to remember. I want to remember. And they kept reassuring me, and they allowed me to remember.
They allowed me to remember. Interesting verbiage, isn't it? They allowed me to remember. Wait till you hear the trade-off. Okay? Ooh, doggy.
What was going to happen. They were going to send me down. I didn't want to go, and I kept asking them, please, if I'm going to go, can you please let me remember this place? I want to remember. I want to remember. And they kept reassuring me, and they allowed me to remember. They allowed me to remember this place. And as I got that confirmation that they were going to allow me to remember, I was okay with going. And, you know, as I was in that water, I know for a fact they gave me a choice as to what life I want to live.
So they gave me a choice. What I find interesting is sometimes in pre-birth memories, you see it at the very end of before they basically drop down. This is kind of what I'm seeing his as, but there are many accounts like his, but there are others where it is predetermined, you know, back like with your guide and in front of the council, before you even go through this whole process. And I think, you know, this is just a guess. I'm not saying this is definitively the way it is, but if I had to guess, I would think that, you know, the ones who plan it, you know, ahead of time before they get to the phase that he's at and others are at sometimes, I think it's the people who are the spirits who are more comfortable with incarnating. They're not as much friction. You know, like I feel like with this guy and Christian and a bunch of other ones, can't think of names off the top of my head, but just after reading some of them, you can tell that when they reach this point with the pool and the water pool and just kind of being shoved around, but still needing that consent in a way, there's this division of, you know, they're the more reluctant ones. Okay, that's my point. They're the more reluctant ones.
I could have been rich, famous, and had it really easy, but my memory of heaven would have been gone, basically.
Listen to that. He could have had easy street. But he has to make a deal to have a harder life just for that one freaking memory. Just for that one memory, he has a completely different life. Really, really interesting point.
Live. I could have been rich, famous, and had it really easy, but my memory of heaven would have been gone, basically. I had to live a more difficult life here to remember that place. That was the deal, and I wanted that deal.
That was the deal, and I wanted that deal. Unreal. He gets to remember, you know, being scared shitless that he has to go to Earth and picking out a life, but you'll see why in a little while. Why it's more important to him. Just gonna rewind just a minute because this is a really
would have been gone, basically. I had to live a more difficult life here to remember that place. That was the deal, and I wanted that deal because I wanted to remember. It was that important to me. The short amount of time that I'd be here, you know, that it's totally worth it to remember a place like this because I have this understanding now, and you know, it's priceless because I know for a fact that when we pass on, there is an afterlife and there is a heaven because I've been there, and I remember without a doubt in my mind. Without a doubt. And man, those people that were standing by the water, the woman and the two beings that were speaking to me, The love that you feel for these people is, again, something that you cannot put into words. You think you love your parents, you think you love your children if you have them, and it's nothing compared to the love that you feel when you're up there.
Listen, my friends. I mean, really, how many examples do I have to put on this channel, guys? I mean, it's so obvious that this is going on. This is the love bomb. This is the love bomb. This is the perceived gods, or the perceived, the most love he's ever felt. Remember, we talk about all the time how mothers, who have near-death experiences, and they go and get the love bomb with the light during a near-death experience, and they'll say their words, just like his. They'll say that it's more love than they can possibly describe, more than the birth of their own children or the day they got married or yada, yada, yada. And they'll sometimes, I've heard a woman say 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the birth of their child, the love that, I mean, think about that. That's powerful. This is something manipulating people across the board, and it crosses multiple topics. That's why it's really important to zone in on these things so you can prove this to yourself. So just wanted to point that out again.
When we pass on, there is an afterlife, and there is a doubt in my mind, without a doubt. And man, those people that were standing by the water, the woman and the two beings that were speaking to me, the love that you feel for these people is, again, something that you cannot put into words. You think you love your parents, you think you love your children if you have them.
Nuts.
And it's nothing compared to the love that you feel when you're up there. At all. You cannot compare it.
Can't compare it.
It's to the point where I actually miss them. I miss them very, very much. I think about them all the time. I think about this situation all the time. It's something that never leaves me. And I cannot wait to go back. I don't even, I don't know what my purpose here is on planet Earth, but...
All right, so what did he just say? He said he can't wait to go back. And this is why I put in the description and said early on that, I feel for this guy, but he's essentially got a one-way ticket back here. Unfortunately, my heart goes out to him. I hope he finds his way before he passes and realizes what's going on. But when you hear something like that, just like with Christian, I almost reached out to him to try and set up an interview and talk to him. But then you realize that, it's difficult to get through to somebody when there's that kind of power. I mean, this is more love than he knows on earth. And, love is a very powerful thing. So, yeah, I hope he figures it out.
This situation all the time, it's something that never leaves me. And I cannot wait to go back. I don't know what my purpose here is on planet Earth, but...
Again, and I paused it just really quickly on this one. Doesn't know his purpose on Earth. Anybody else know their purpose? Let me just say, excuse me, Astral Realm wannabe God, is there a purpose? What's my purpose? Anybody know their purpose? Anybody have the rule book? Point is, nobody comes here with the rule book, right, guys? I mean, there's no guidebook. There's nothing that comes along with this existence that helps you understand what the hell you're supposed to be doing here. And this guy, he's got carte blanche. He's hanging out with the love bomb crowd, the gatekeepers that, before Earth is opened and, all that stuff. And he still doesn't know. Doesn't know. Nobody knows. No, nobody knows. Some people think they know. And they may have like this inner knowing inside them of things that they feel they need to do, and that's great. And if it makes them, get through life and happy, that's great. But as far as the collective and, how you're supposed to improve yourself through some spiritual evolution here on Earth, it's just not true. It's just not happening. It's a system you cannot please. This system cannot be pleased. And that's what they expect. They throw karma and sinning and judgment in our face at the time of death in an effort to get us to keep coming back here. And then we go through the whole process again, come back here, have no recollection, no memory of where we are. Where we came from, why we are here, or where we are going. And it just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. It's nuts. And we live under this veil of forgetfulness. It's insane. It's illogical. It makes no sense. The biggest piece of evidence in this realm is that you come here not knowing where you came from, why you are here, or where you are going. If that's not enough to get you to go and research and look for yourself, then nothing is. That should be the biggest question. That's the biggest red flag of all this, my friends. It's blaring in your face. Take advantage of it. Take advantage of it. Keep researching, and I promise you, my friends, you will prove it to yourself. I promise. All right, rant over.
This situation all the time, it's something that never leaves me. And I cannot wait to go back. I don't even, I don't know what my purpose here is on planet Earth, but I can't wait to go back. That's the only thing I can say about that. So again, I got into the pool.
Yeah, you know what? I just want to bring this up because it's a great question. By Alias. He says, how can he not question the love for beings that have done that to him and are working for this realm? It's a great question. That's a hell of a question. I think it deserves a lot of thought. And that should go to everyone here. If you believe what this man is saying and believe in all sorts of different things like near-death experiences and pre-birth memories, why are these things allowed to happen? Why are you giving love and energy and all this for someone that's going to just throw you through the torture wagon? Come back down to earth. That's going to solve all your problems, and you will, you'll be Buddha next lifetime. Promise. After this lifetime, I promise you're going to be Buddha. Just think about it. It's all nonsense. We've been taken for a ride. It sucks, but it's okay. We'll get out of here. Point is, it's not like it's hopeless, okay? And we'll I'm going to let the pre-birth memory go. We'll definitely get into that because that's the most important thing. There's a big, big positive in all of this. So I don't want you to think it's all negative. Anyone that might be new.
And I was scared. I was terrified because I remember looking at the place that I was going to go to, Earth, and it is ugly. It was just, I remember it looking like a black, bubbling mass of just pure evil.
Listen to that. I heard him say that. I was like, damn, man. I was like, holy shit. I was like, that's a pretty good description.
Ugly. It was just, I remember it looking like a black, bubbling mass of just pure evil. And I was petrified. I just knew this was going to be tough. I knew this place was going to be dark, and I knew this place needed work.
Hear that? Knew this place needed work. He's right about that. But, he didn't say this because early on he said he doesn't know why he's here. But subconsciously, I think that's him, this is my opinion. Subconsciously, I think he's saying, I'm here on a mission to help fix things. I seriously think that that's something he likely was told. When I hear something like that, that's just like all the ideas. I'm on a mission. I have to complete my mission. I have the unfinished business to do. Yada 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 yada. All the pre-birth memories say the same. I'm on a mission to do this and help and raise the vibration of humanity and yada yada yada. Look at humanity's history. Does it seem like there's ever been a point? I beg anyone to bring forth a point in history. Not like history is really believable, but bring a point in history where we can actually see like some utopia, some amazing version of life here on Earth. It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. And I'm not the Mr. Negativity. I'm just calling it like it is. That's all. I'm not trying to lower anyone's vibrational fields. I'm just trying to throw it out there and let you chomp on it. Even though a lot of history is a lie, there's one common pattern and narrative throughout history, and that is suffering. That's human suffering and the robbing of sovereignty and spirituality and not letting people live to let live. Humanity's inhumanity to man. There's always this force out there. There's always this force that somehow always has control over humanity. That can't be denied. That can't be denied because it's fact. That's what we see. Now, most of the written history may be a bunch of bullshit, but we know suffering is always there. War is always there. Terror is always there, yada yada yada. And of course, it's not like everyone lives horrible lives, but the point is it's a common narrative throughout humanity's history, and you have to ask, why is that? Because it's all part of the control system. It's all part of the system here that is designed to rob you of your sovereignty, control your mind through mind control, whether, it's religion or TV or internet or government or whatever. Okay. And remember, long before TV and the internet and newspaper came, there was religion and there were town squares with propaganda nailed up on the chisel and yada yada. Okay. It's always been here. That's my point. Humanity knows no different according to what records we do have in history. And trust me, I have gone way back, and I can't find one. That's all. Make of it what you will. Point is everything adds up. It piles on top of one another to help you prove it to yourself that this is going on. So let's continue with this. I'm sorry for kind of going off, but I really, it needs to be said. So those who are new can go their own path and do their research. Do your own research.
And I just, I didn't want to go. Yeah, here I am.
Didn't want to go.
But I got in the water. I chose my life. I chose my mom. I do know that. I chose the family I wanted. I chose the body. I chose how I wanted to look. I chose a lot of things. There's a lot of things that you get to choose before you come here.
And again, this is again, we've talked about this on the channel, and I'm sorry for stopping the video, but again, we're talking about the patterns, the data patterns, so you can look out for them. Okay, he's talking about how he chose his parents, chose his body, all this stuff. So I went over this with past life regressions, with Michael Newton's 2 books. Journey of Souls, Destiny of Souls, did a complete cover-to-cover commentary on both of them. You can find the playlist in the channel. And we hear all about this. All about it. And regardless, you can go and look at other pre-birth memories. You can look at past life regressions, and you'll see it. Just look them up. And you will see where, you're literally picking out your body, picking out your parents, picking out a likely career path or a partner that you may meet with that could be in your soul group, most likely is in your soul group. And, it's all planned out. And of course, you have deviation abilities through your free will. But the Matrix has ways of kind of luring you in to stay on that path.
I don't know if we all chose these things. I really don't.
We do.
But I remember choosing myself. Got in the water, and I remember being sucked down. At this point, I was gone. I remember being sucked down into this like tube, and the fear came over me right then and there when I started getting sucked down into this tube. And as the further I went down, the memories started to fade away of that place.
Interesting, right? Fear started to set in big. He's going through a tunnel. Gets sucked in. Starts to have memories fading as he's going through the tunnel. All common stuff here. Heard it before.
And the fear came over me right then and there when I started getting sucked down into this tube. And as the further I went down, the memories started to fade away of that place, of heaven. It started to go away slowly. And I remember just like being really tired. I could hardly keep my eyes open. And I was just like, oh, here I go. Kind of like a roller coaster. Just getting sucked down really, really fast. And one of the last things I remember from this whole entire memory is the best way to describe it. I remember a vision. When you close your eyes and you look at a light or maybe even the sun, and you could see the flesh color. I remember seeing that, and I'll say now, I know I was inside the womb, and I felt claustrophobic. I was inside of a body now, and it was extremely uncomfortable.
If you listen to other or read other pre-birth memories, I did a video on 1 month back. It's I think it's titled Pre-Birth Memories, and he says the same thing pretty much. Not exactly, but it's the same type of thing. He was, except as soon as the other guy came down, he was like, I gotta get out of here. I got out of here. He basically aborted himself, I think twice, if I recall, because he was like, oh, no, I don't want to do this. This guy's saying, immediately gets there, he's claustrophobic, he doesn't like it. Same thing. We don't, we get lured into coming back. Remember, the soul lured system. The soul is lured.
Now I know I was inside the womb, and I felt claustrophobic. I was inside of a body now, and it was extremely uncomfortable. I felt like I was suffocating. I had to get out. I was like, remember, just pushing against the wall, whatever, the womb. I was pushing and pushing, and that is the last thing I remember from that. And that is my first memory. That was my first memory. I remember being a tiny little child. When you start to become conscious, that is something that always stuck with me as I grew up. And as I got older, of course, I kind of started to forget about this, what happened to me. Until, I started surfing the internet at a young age, and I was so curious to figure. I'm 34 years old now, and I looked this up probably when I was like maybe 15, 16, and I wanted to look around. This is back in the dial-up days, and I remember looking around, reading forums and things like that. And there was an old forum that was, up back in those days. with the same people that experienced this, and they would, when they told their stories, and I read the stories and I watched the stories on YouTube today, and it is almost identical to what I experienced, and that's when I realized that really happened to me. So that's my story, guys. Let me know what you think. And before I end the video, I just want to say that we all can tell the difference between a dream and a memory, right? You have a dream. Sometimes your dream seems so real and you're like, you don't know until you wake up. But when you wake up, you realize that it was a dream. This was not a dream. I remember it like a memory. It's more vivid than any memory I've ever had.
Boom. Right there. I mean, I believe this guy did 100%. But it's the most real thing, ever. That's what near-death experiencers say every single time. Pre-birth memory people say it too, and near-death experience people will say it, experiencers will say it all the time. It's the most real thing. It's realer than what is considered real here on Earth.
It was a dream. This was not a dream. I remember it like a memory. It's more vivid than any memory I've ever had. I can't remember where I left my car keys. I can't remember where I left my cell phone. But I remember this. So
me too, buddy.
That's my story. And just let me know what you guys think. I know I'm leaving out a lot of things for sure, and something I know I'm going to regret not saying something when I end this video. I should think of something here. Okay, I got one last thing to say. God is real. Heaven is real. Love each other. Do good. Treat people how you want to be treated. Love each other. And that's it. Thanks, guys.
Okay. So there you go, my friends. It's I think again, the really the important thing to keep in mind is that you are God within. You are a creator being. Okay? All the other stuff I completely agree with, treat others how you want to be treated, all that stuff. Good messaging. But as far as the narratives, like reuniting with Source, merging with Source, doing anything to give yourself away to something else, it's a recipe for disaster. This is the result. This is it. Right here. Being here is the result of us giving away our sovereignty and our true spirit essence, agreeing to a freaking memory wipe. I mean, really? You think you're going to go and return to Source, merge with Source, reunite with Source, all that stuff? That's all New Age mumbo jumbo. You are a sovereign being. You're a creator being. There's no merging. There's no reuniting. There's nothing. It's just you doing your thing. Creating your own sovereign based reality when you leave here. Not subsiding to the insane amount of mechanisms that are going to try and lure you in and get you back to this hellhole. Okay? No. You can, by all means, do it, but you're rolling the dice. You're going to come back here a lifetime from now, and you're not going to have any recollection of what the hell happened. You're not going to have recollection of us together tonight or having a conversation. More than likely aren't going to have free access to the internet because, transhumanism's on its way. They're going to be merging man with machine. They're already censoring left and right. What have we had? Like, really, guys, what have we had? Maybe 15 years? Maybe, let's see. Maybe like 17 years of decent internet that wasn't censored. Okay, but if let's maybe go with like 14, where it was like the wild, wild west of the internet. Okay, where we can do and search anything we wanted and would get authentic results. Okay, think about how tiny that window is that we have access to all this information. Who the hell is to know where things are going to go in the next, 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years, let alone next lifetime? Again, I ask for those on the fence or new to the concept of the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap. Do you want to roll the dice? Do you want to roll the dice? It's too risky. The evidence is here. If you're new, please, my friends, if you're new or on the fence, keep looking. I promise you that you will eventually get to the point where you see this. It just takes a little time. And there's also like it takes a little time to accept it. And and then eventually it gets to the point of where it's just this massive inner knowing inside of you, and I just keep, I fire out these videos. It's just there's so much information out there that to prove this, it's not even funny. And you can do that too on your own. Nobody needs my channel. I say that all the time. Nobody needs my channel. You guys can go out, do your own research, and you'll see it for yourself. It's all over the place. Pre-birth memories, near-death experiences, astral projection reports, DMT ayahuasca trip reports, especially breakthrough trip reports. I know I always try to fire off this list, and I know I forget a bunch of them, so we'll just stick with those for now. I should have a list on the side of my computer so I could fire them off all the time, because that's all these topics are really important, and together you can see them very easily. You can see the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap easily. So yes. That's my point. All right, I'm gonna come back to the chat and we'll have a little talk. So just so everybody knows, this is the end of the presentation part of things. So I'm gonna, after the break, I'll come back and fire through the chat for about maybe a half hour, and then I'm gonna run. So if you want to stick around for a little while, I will see you back here in about 5 minutes, and hopefully my dog will stop barking then too. See you shortly, guys. What the heck? There we go. Ready. Hello, my friends. Okay. So, let's pop out some questions, comments, concerns, complaints. Okay, just want to make sure that music isn't drowning me out like it was last time. Just 1 minute, guys. Okay, not too bad. Okay. Alright, so I hope you liked the pre-birth memory testimonial. Talk about a wild ride on that one, huh? And Darked Wanderer says, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you too, my friend. SN, hello. Hello, hello. Okay. It is drowning me out. Okay, hold on. Alright, hopefully this is a little better. Kind of keep it a little low. Thank you, Night Sky. I always appreciate that. Night Sky, it's great to see you, sister. How's this sound? Any better? Okay, well, I'll keep going and keep an eye on the chat on the side. Okay, so I gotta scroll up a little bit. And if you guys have any questions that you may have asked before, I can only see so much of the chat and then it just cuts off. So if there was something you asked earlier, or maybe a comment you want to put out there that you want me to read or address, or maybe even an experience that you had, maybe you have a past life memory that you want shared on the channel, please put that up there. You can maybe just put like FC and a dash or something, or maybe put it in all caps, that way I can see it. That'd be great. Okay, in the meantime, let me just scroll up a little bit. Green Wizard, good to see you, my friend. Green Wizard says, I know my purpose. To get the hell out of here. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Miss Ellie, always great to see you. And Miss Ellie is a new member of the Last Timers Club. I would like to say thank you kindly for joining. Much appreciated, but never expected. Okay. Jimmy Spirit says, we need to reach out to this dude too, if possible. Yeah, I was thinking of that. You know what? Let me pop up. You know, I feel he would be somebody we might be able to talk to more than the last guy. You know, as much as I feel for Christian, he is just way too far into the new age sauce that it's just, I just wasn't even going to try reaching out. Source video. Leave a comment with him and see if he'll come on to talk or share your thoughts on Soul Trap. Okay. It'd be nice if we can... Yeah, it'd be nice if we can talk to him. He seems like a really good guy. Okay, Wad... You know, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'll just say Wad. The birth of Wad Fraley. I'm sorry. I know that's not right, so I'll just say Wad. Wad says, the birth of a child is traumatic for the mother. You mean the love you feel after the birth? Well, it's traumatic for, yeah, the child and the mother, if you ask me. I think it's both. But yeah, I mean, the love I was referring to in that specific segment, if we're on the same page, is just the, you know, having a child, you know, like it's a, you know, a mother's love is extremely strong, and we hear time and time again how, especially in near-death experiences, how, you know, it's more love than they've ever can even describe on Earth. More powerful than the loving of the child or birth of a child. They got married, etc., etc. I mean, that's huge, you know. Mother, love of a father. I mean, come on. That's insane. That shows you the power that these freaking things have. It's nuts. Totally nuts. Oh, and I wanted to mention, Wad. I got your email. Thank you very much. I will try to get back to you in the next week or so. I'm just, I had a rough few days with the migraine and all this, working on the scheduling with Wayne and stuff. It's just, I've been really backed up, but I did not forget your email. And also, Lindley, if you're out there, I promise I will get to you this week. I know I said I would get to you yesterday, but if you're listening, sister, I have quite a bit typed out. I just want to get in another couple paragraphs to you. Okay, let's see. Thomas Robinson, welcome. Jimmy Spirit, welcome. Igor, good evening, sir. Nice to see you, Solomon. I always love seeing your name, Solomon. Because Igor, I just think of good evening. Welcome. Oh. Okay, so... Ms. Ellie says, no, I have no idea about the purpose. No idea about the purpose. Nobody does, right? No, you know, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I'd love to see the miserable failure that this poll is going to bring. Do you know your purpose here on Earth. Okay, and we're not... Look, I would like to put as an option, the purpose is to get the hell out of here. But we all know that that's we all know that that's the obvious answer. But I just want to see if there's... Let's just take a look here. All right, so while that poll is running, feel free to vote if you'd like, just for fun. Okay. Night Sky says, "You have me, FC. You have me in stitches right now. Glad I can make you laugh. We gotta have a laugh in all this, right, guys? It's too dark. It's just too dark. If you can't laugh about it and at the insanity of it all, and then it's just gonna be a miserable time getting through all this. So that's why I try to put a spin on it as best I can. You know, of course, I lose my mind once in a while and get a little rageful, but for the most part, I try to keep it together." Michelle Kate says, "We are here to be looshed." Yeah, yep. Looshed and to figure out to get the hell out of here, yeah. Dark and Wander says, "The Demiurge also tricks fragments of herself to create confusion." Okay. Miss Ellie says, "I missed some of this." Well, at least you made some of it. You could always rewind the other part. My dog is trying to break into the door. At least I think it is. Something is. Alright. Okay, and Dark and Wanderer says, "I'm gonna help others get back to the ether before I die." Gotta get them to pure existence. You know, there are loads of groups out there that help transition lost spirits, souls, lost spirits and souls to the light. It happens often. And what really drove me nuts is when I found out that the Monroe Institute has a freaking course on it. Nuts. Totally nuts. Okay. That really bothered me. May do a video on that someday, actually. Okay. Ivan Curry says, "Finishing the great work. That's the purpose of us all." The great work. What would be defined as the great work? I'm interested to know, Ivan. Let's see. PKSB says, "Everyone wants to know their purpose. Sad fact. Food for archons." Yep. Yep. You know, maybe I should have put purpose. Like, do you know... do you know... like, your life script, I guess. Like, you know, like your... whatever your scripted purpose was before you got here, I guess. You know? Probably should have defined it a little better. Jimmy Spirit. Good to see you, Jimmy. He says, "Get him, FC." Thank you. I tried to throw out some truth bombs out there. And I just wanted to mention really quickly, if you've enjoyed this video so far, please consider possibly hitting the like button and sharing it so we can get this into other people's feeds. And I do have 2 backup channels too, just in case. So check the description for that. Those are on YouTube, and I also have an Odyssey where I do exclusive streams, and you can also find a link for that in the description. Okay, Miss Ellie says, "I tried to do my purpose, or, quote, helping people, but became a target." Yeah, that can happen. That can definitely happen. It seems like sometimes when you do the, you know, the good work to try and help others, it can blow up in your face a lot here. But, you know, I think the main issue with that is that things are so screwed up too, you know? I mean, again, if there's like this different, if it was just different, I don't think we'd see a lot of the crap that we see. This whole system breeds insanity, and you know, the dog eat dog world, and it just sucks. It sucks. Is BB here? Oh, there she is. Pequeña. BB, good to see you, sister. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good, too. Okay, Michelle Kate says, as above, so below. No wonder our society is full of narcissists. Funny you mentioned that. I think in Soul there's a moment where that is actually mentioned with I think 22 actually says, oh, you know, I want to be a narcissist or a sociopath, something like that, and it was all like a joke, but you know, it shows in excruciating detail how everything is planned out. Again, if you have not seen the movie Soul by Disney Pixar, you have to see it. Must see. Okay. And also Defending Your Life. That's another one. Can't forget that one. Okay. Okay, PKOSB, good to see you as well. It was nice to see you earlier in the day. Says, they make us feel good and special. Missions to save someone else, to better humanity, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Yeah, it's all like this ego boosting, you know, it crosses over down here. It's ridiculous. Just think about the New Age movement. Oh, you know, you've got a mission to do. You know, your mission is to spread love and, you know, I mean, that's, you know, it's all cool. It's good. You know, it makes you feel good. But, you know, they just drone out, you know, the reality of the other part of the world, which is just insane to me. You know, it's you can't just be a fool and ignore the reality that you live in. You know, it's okay if, like, you know, you want to do your own thing and walk your own path and be rooted in love and all that. I get that. I do. But, you know, the totally blockading of just logical things and truth and reality of where you live and what this place is all about. No. That's where you have to draw the line. Okay. Wad says, I agree. No purpose, just a life script. And there you go. Mama. They're right. There might be deals with your, quote, soul family to go together, mother, child, or whatever. But it is rinse and repeat. Yes. Yep. Oh, yeah. The soul family thing, the soul group connection stuff is very real. And just bonkers. It's totally bonkers. And it's definitely happening. You know, how many that you actually deal with in this current incarnation is kind of up for debate, but there's no doubt you're dealing with some. No doubt about that while you're here. How many? Again, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, Alias, so we brought this up during the stream. He says, how can he not question a love for beings that have done that to him and are working for this realm? Such a great question. Great question. Okay. Thomas Robinson says, wondering if Albert Einstein knew his stuff. We can go off on a whole thing about that, but we'll leave that one alone for security purposes. Week in the Flame says, I have past life memories, but I don't tell people about them very often because... Hold on. Gotta get this new mic stand. It's so ridiculous. Just flies up. Just crack me in the chin a couple times. Okay. All right. Okay, it says Awaken the Flame says, I have past life memories, but I don't tell people about them very often because they are very hard to believe for most people. Well, we'd like to hear them. You can always post them up here. Or even email me if you'd like, foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. That's foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. No channel in that. I'm really backed up in emails, but if you send it off, I'll get to you eventually for sure. Okay, Night Sky says, my purpose is to love and emanate the light and help souls to cross over into the light and to spread the message of love and light. Oh, yes, Night Sky, that is you all the way. Everything is love and light. Scrolling down the chat here, guys. Thomas Robinson says, sounds like the Matrix movie. Well, we live in a matrix, so not far off. And we are the batteries. BB says, I am late again. Oh, that's okay. You can always catch the replay. Good to see you though, sister. Yeah, Awaken, if you wanna yeah, we can talk more about what happened with you and part of your journey and maybe get you on to talk. Shoot me an email. We'll take it from there. Okay, Igor Solomon says, black, bubbling mass of pure evil. Man, the Gnostics were on point, and that is a brutal description indeed. It is. It is. Yeah, a lot of the Gnostic stuff is pretty revealing and in sync with many things. It's also misleading too, but it's overall extremely beneficial to help you cement your knowing about the soul trap for sure. Kind of like there's a few things out there that can help you on your path to just, at least for me, I don't know, maybe I took the long way. I probably did. I spent way too many years lost and just going in and out of everything. Okay. Ms. Ellie says, oh, heck yeah, they'd probably get us to believe the BS about changing the world, etc. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that narrative is so prevalent in NDEs. Like, you got to go down and help change the world. Or, the big one they'll say is like, only you can do this. Only you. And they'll come back here and they'll be like, twiddling their thumbs like, what am I supposed to do? Some of them have an idea of where to go and do something, like they'll do some good. Most of the time it's for themselves, but there's some, I've seen ones, they'll open up food pantries and stuff like that. I mean, that's awesome. Stuff like that is great. That's actually beneficial here. That's actually a good thing. Granted, they might lose their spirit and soul in the process in their next lifetime, but, at least they're, if there's, not like we can control this, but at least something good is coming out of a food pantry from an NDE, So we got to take what we can get, I guess, right? I mean, it's pretty pathetic that it's just something like that based on the deception and that they can't help themselves, but again, got to take what we can get. Sasha says, most definitely, as we don't have a subconscious outside of here. Definitely implanted. Yep, I would agree with that for sure. Okay. Awaken asks how to contact me. I just told you with my email. Yeah, thank you, Night Sky, for putting that up there. Much appreciated. I don't think I had that open. Okay. Awaken the Flame says, I actually remember being one of the so-called gods a very long time ago. I was given a powerful body, greater psionic power in the old world, but I was being misled. That is a big one. Wow. That's wild. Okay. What the heck happened here? Okay. Sorry about that. Hattie says the water pool, you guys can see it in the REM song Imitation of Life. Yeah, and you know, the whole thing with water and memory, and I think it's just a bunch of souls and spirits and some sort of crazy system that kind of washes away things and gets you prepared before coming down here. Whether it's physically water, or, just illusion in the astral, which that's probably what it is. But it kind of makes you wonder if it's like maybe in between the astral and the physical almost. Just something to think about. No way to know. I think it's probably just astral, but kind of makes you wonder. Especially at that specific point in the transition process from the astral to being in the womb. Awaken says, I remember coming to this realization and I tried to fight back and help humanity, but I was defeated and I lost my status as a being like that. I'm sorry, I repeated that. PKOSB says, it's all good, FC, your opinion is needed here. Thank you. Thank you. Wyatt says, I have to call it a day. Thank you. You're welcome. Great to see you. I'll talk to you soon. Awaken says, kind of like being born as a rich or poor person, your obedience to them determines the life you live. Okay. Is this alright? Seems like I'm getting a little bit of a message here with YouTube. Does quality seem alright, or is the... Uh-oh. Looks okay. Okay. Let's see. PKOSB says, it's like I know there's so much I don't remember. The indoctrination is thick. Absolutely, there's so many. Not just it's the indoctrination, but the freaking veil we agreed to, too. I mean, you know, I am not by any means trying to toot my own horn here, but I have done a shit ton of meditation. I have done all sorts of crazy spiritual adventures. I've done so much, and I'm telling you, you reach a limit where you can just I just can't seem to bring in any more, like, beyond where I'm at now. I mean, you know, short of maybe some astral projection or lucid dreaming, it's just I'm at this stagnated point, and it drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. But I will say, like, in the throw of you know, when I was really you know, in doing insane amounts of meditation and just spiritual practices and things like that. I mean, that's when I really did thrive more. But I was thrown deceptions left and right, up and down, that whole freaking time. And it was difficult, really, really difficult. Now it's like, okay, all right, I guess I just gotta finish my prison sentence. Alright. Yeah, the indoctrination, just so fucked up. It's like once you figure this out, why can't, like, there just be like an eject button? Why does it have to involve like something ridiculous? Why can't you just have a button and say, okay, and, you know, end game, restart, you know, or, like, you know, at least bring me on some cool ass adventure while I'm here, you know, do something cool. Like, all right, yeah, I'll just, you know, keep doing whatever I'm doing. It's all good. I get a lot of pleasure out of, not even not pleasure, but it makes me feel good to be able to share this information with you all. I mean, it's an important part of my journey too. Just so, it's just nice to be around sane people and people who get it. I just feel like I'm spinning my wheels. Alright, so Len Bard says, this guy is well spoken, he presents this well. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yeah, his testimony was great. Chained Minds Asylum, always good to see you. I love your name. I know I've told you that before, but I love that name. Chained Minds Asylum. Russian doll prison. The body is a prison. The earth is a prison. The solar system is a prison. Yeah. The solar system. Yeah. PKOSB says, I always wondered why we don't know exactly what happens after death. Because they're hiding stuff. Not because it's all BS. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're hiding. It's the biggest layer of the deception. It's the biggest point. They have to keep it hidden. Which, really, think about this, guys. This is a huge part of it. You know, we have all these testimonies because they've come up with, you know, which I'm sure was around many eons ago at some point in Earth's path. But they come up with they're able to revive people. They're able to bring people back to life these days. Okay, and so we get floods of stories. It's kind of interesting because bringing people back to life obviously serves the Matrix, but it serves the Matrix in two ways. Because not only do they bring back the loose specimen from they bring back Frankenstein, but they also bring back a story a lot of the times. They bring back a near-death experience a lot. And they have the whole experience ready, so they even have that layer. So you can go through life as a materialist and say, okay, yeah, there's nothing to death, blah, blah. Okay, so that's the easy one. Put that aside. Then you can go through a path like we are, where you're spiritual, you're digging, you want to know what the hell is happening at death, yada, yada, yada. Then you run into near-death experiences and you're like, oh, finally, I got some answers. It makes me feel good. And you listen, and let me ask you guys, how long did you guys get stuck in the belief system of the near-death experience and how it all is on the up and up? Because I got stuck in it for a while. I bought it hook, line, and sinker. No deception here. Nothing. Nothing's wrong with this. Blah blah. Stuck in that for a few years, couple years, maybe longer, 3 years, something like that. I don't know. Anyways, the point is I consume, listen to them all the time, listen to them before bed. They'd always make me feel good, and then that moment comes, and you realize, okay, holy shit, this whole thing is a setup. It's a whole thing. So again, they've got their bases covered everywhere, and it's all deception, all of it. It's nuts, absolutely nuts. Okay, so Night Sky sent me some stuff. Okay. Sorry about that, Night Sky. I just logged into Skype. I didn't realize you were sending me some stuff. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, Ailey says it's called CPTSD, complex PTSD, where it is not caused just one traumatic event, but caused by a permanent trauma causing environment without interruption. All right, let me read that again. It's called CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, where it is not caused just one traumatic event, but caused by a permanent trauma-causing environment without interruption. Mr. Simon says, what is the actual difference between dreams and memory? Both are simulated hijack experiences. Why do we even need to sleep? To give them time to edit, amend our memories. Are these even our memories? Yeah, that's some deep shit, bro. I'm with you. I've definitely thought this before too. It's yeah. I think sleep is, we are a battery, so we obviously recharge our body battery every night. That's just one thing. And then the other thing is us going into dreams, and yes, probably in our memories, and having them hijacked and interfered with, and who knows, all different things could be going on then, and are, make no doubt about it. But it's really messed up. Are these even our memories? I think they're memories, but they could be, just playing movies. You could enter a realm and it's literally just like a scripted realm with all sorts of programs running, and and we're just interacting with it. And, you know, kind of like the fighting scenes in the Matrix, you know what I'm saying? Where, you know, they load the program and it's this fight scene. Same shit, right? Same shit. You know, I mean, really, Simon, these are the types of things that keep me up at night. So I'll repeat this again just because it's that important, and then I'll move on. But Simon says, what is the actual difference between dreams and memory? Both are simulated hijack experiences. Why do we even need to sleep? To give them time to edit, amend our memories. Are these even our memories? Yep, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. It's crazy shit. Okay. Okay, PKOSB says, I always wonder why we don't know exactly what happens. Okay, I already did that, sorry. And Dark and Wander says, most truthers never even get the truth, and it's right in front of us about the ego. I'm sorry, it's right in front of us, but the ego gets in the way. Cut the false self out and get with the spirit. But if one can't do that, then I don't know what to say. Oh, the whole ego thing with the truther stuff it's unreal. And you know, most of the truther movement is controlled. Insanely controlled. Ridiculous. Okay. PKOSB says, I do too. He's well spoken, not scripted. Absolutely, yeah, he wasn't scripted at all. And very, Len says, I think my dreams are memories from stuff that happens in another realm. Yeah, I think that is, you know, part of it too. But I think I was talking with Simon, I think a few weeks back, or when we did the show with him together for My Journey Awakening. And by the way, check that out. My Journey Awakening with Simon, aka Simulacra. And I also just did one with Wayne Bush a few days ago. Check those out. But anyway, Simon and I were talking about... Ooh, why did I have a brain fart here? Just ignore me. I think my dreams are memories from stuff that happens in another realm. I can't believe I just forgot what I was going to say. Alright, this has happened a few times recently. I apologize, guys. Okay. NBEIZAIE says, how come, quote, they have so much power? They really don't have that much power. They have the power of deception and illusion. That's the crazy thing about all this, is they really don't have much. But everything combined causes a shitstorm. Because they've got all sorts of different things working in all different places. But when it is all boiled down, my friends, it's all deception, all illusion. That's it. That's all they got. It's pathetic, but powerful still. And we consented to this experience too. That can't be stated enough. It's not fair. Again, I don't like to put that out there and say, you know, oh, it's fair, it's just, and yada yada. But it is what it is. We consented to it, and we consented to have the veil of forgetfulness over us. We consented to have all these attachments and you know, get stuck in here. It's our own doing. But last time, not gonna happen anymore. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Len says they have this power to him because he believes they do and acts like they do. Absolutely. That's it. He subscribes to the illusion and that they have power. They have energy manipulation that they use over people. And then, I mean, we can really go crazy with this one because it piggybacks off of your previous incarnation too, because you go through a whole life here in the physical in a previous incarnation doing whatever the hell you're doing under whatever indoctrination system you're in, whatever religion system you're, all that stuff. However you are going along in this realm, it is set up in a way where it carries over, and you believe that these things hold power. You believe that you have a right to be judged, or that you have karma, or you have this or that. I mean, and it keeps going and going and going and going, and you want to please some ridiculous system that can never be pleased. And you think these things are the almighty, and it's really, really sick how, we've all fallen for it. That's the crazy thing. We've all fallen for it. Otherwise, we would not be here. But that's it. This is the last time. There's no more of that stuff. So it's great. That's the great part about all this. Ailey says, what if they would say, you incarnate, or if you refuse, we torture you here forever. You have no choice. And once you refuse, you signed your external torture. And we can't know if they are bluffing or not. Well, you shouldn't. How could we know? How can we know what to do? The point is you don't have to consent to that. You shouldn't even be in that situation. That's where I'm at. When you cross over and die, you don't interact with anything, nothing. You are your own castle. You are the king. You are your own reality. You build your own reality. And you get your ass out of this whole thing. It's seems ridiculously simple. But that we are creator beings. We don't have to talk to them. We don't have to communicate with them. We don't have to deal with any of their energy bullshit. None of it. It's all illusions and deception. That's all they got. That is it. It's ridiculous. And I will just say, keep looking, keep listening, keep watching, go doing your own research. I'm telling you, it becomes just overwhelmingly obvious that that's all they got. Why do you think they put so much effort? Think about it. Why do you think they put so much effort here? Why is there so much effort on control here? It's not because some bunch of rich assholes want money. Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it. No, it's because there's a whole system linked to this, and it's supposed to go this way because all they've got is illusion and deception. That's it. It's pathetic. All we got to do is say, I'm not interacting with you. I'm not going to deal with it. Get out of my face. Get out of my house. This is my house, my reality, my realm, and I don't want you in it. And that's the bottom line. Just 1 minute, guys. Okay. So yeah, it's we've got so much more power than we've been told. It's not even funny. All right, let me keep going here. See what we got. Oh boy, I hope this is all right. Keep getting messages from YouTube. Uh-oh. Hopefully it didn't go off completely. Okay. How does it look, guys? Can you guys just let me know if the message is all right? I mean, if the quality's all right? Okay. I'm just gonna keep going, but I mean, I'm getting bitrate messages from YouTube, which usually sort of energy field, which gives us the appearance of some sort of real experience. Well, yeah, bro. I mean, if we really just think about how, you know, this body is literally like a it's like a projection device, like a projector at a movie theater. That's pretty much what it is. And our spirit and soul are crammed into it, and the body limits our experience to what's around us. And, you know, a little bit of outside of it, but it quarantines us, basically. Dare I use that word. It's nuts. Totally nuts. Okay, stream is great. Thank you for the feedback, guys. Appreciate that. So where are the good guys to defend the poor souls? Doesn't exist. That was a hard thing that I came to kind of have to accept. I mean, the only defense we have is ourselves. That's the hard truth of it, really. I hate saying that, but that's really what it seems to be. Nobody's coming to save us but ourselves. What's like the biggest thing that goes on here on Earth? It's always the savior programming. People look to the government to save them. People look to Jesus to save them. Muhammad. There's always this savior programming. Or, you know, the New Age, they look for the Palladians or the council of this or council of that, the light council. It's always something outside of yourself, when we've had it the whole time, my friends. It's us. That's how we save ourselves. It's us. Nobody else but ourselves can save us. And you can't also save others unless they are, you know, seekers of knowledge, wisdom, truth, and really sovereignty and liberation. Those really are the catalysts for how someone figures this thing out. I don't know about you guys, but seriously, let me just pop the camera up really quick. I want to ask you, maybe I'll do a poll of this. What do you... I've always basically had this... It kind of like... Actually, it's like Wayne Bush was talking about. It was always this zoning in, like, I don't just want knowledge, I want truth. I want truth. And I'm curious, did that kind of happen with you guys, where it's just like it was this never-ending, like, burning desire and fire within you to have that truth, to desire that truth? Because that's really how I got to where I am today, but it took a long ass time. It didn't, you know, it did not happen overnight. It was unraveling. Honestly, it was more about like unraveling the brainwashing that was inside of me to get the bullshit truths, like, oh, your government's, you know, full of shit, and this, all this, Democrats, Republicans, and this, all this crap, loads and loads and loads of crap. But I was desiring truth within each little section as I went along, and boom, I would check mark, boom, I would check mark, boom, I would check mark, and it just kept going along. So I'm curious, is that how it worked for you guys? I don't even know how to word a poll like that, but if anyone could think of a way to word it, feel free to pop it in the chat. I'll scroll back down. Trying to think what would be a good way. Maybe like, have you always been always desired truth and answers on your path? I mean, I guess it's kind of an obvious yes, right? But I would really like to hear details from you guys. Or did you like fall into it? I don't know. I think the answer is probably clear. I'm sure it's a resounding yes, but okay, let's keep going. Darker Wandered says, I don't remember signing up for shit. I was kidnapped or suckered here. Well, you were suckered, but you did consent. There's no doubt you consented. We all consented. Doesn't mean it was, again, I always put this disclaimer, with consent, it doesn't need to be achieved morally or ethically. It just needs to be given. That's it. There are no morals or ethics. That's pretty goddamn clear in the astral, right? And here. It's pretty obvious that morals and ethics are things that we hold dear because, we're normal. Okay? Up in crazy land and here in crazy land, it doesn't work that way. They don't give a shit. All they want to do is get you to consent. Get me to consent. Get everyone to consent. And that's all they care about. Consent. It's literally the way the astral realm seems to be with reincarnation. It's the definition of an assembly line. That's what it is. It's a freaking assembly line. You go through this process, and eventually you get spit out down here again. It's nuts. Nobody gets kidnapped. Nobody gets kidnapped. You get suckered here. But kidnapped, no. Suckered for sure. But you could be theoretically kidnapped with your consent too. You might be, lured into that's actually too far. I go too crazy with that one. Let's not even go down that road. Point is there is some form of consent no matter what. With all of us being here. We're all here. We all consented at some point. That's it. Solomon says to Simon, my wise brother, love you, my friend. Yes, we all love Simon. He's a good man. Very wise man, too. Okay. Pop this up again. Okay. Yeah. Okay. PKOSB says, what if we are the devil and we know our time is short because we only live 70, 80, 90 years? The 1,000 years is up. What if we are the devil and we know our time is short because we only live... No. I don't really subscribe to I did kind of go through that phase years back where I thought maybe like I did all this fucked up shit and got cast down, you know, like a fallen angel type thing. I thought maybe that could be the reason why all of us are here. But no, I think that's just programming here in the Matrix. I know it's programming in the Matrix because all the others, again, they roll out all of the deceptions, all the illusions. It's endless. It's clearly a calculated system from A to Z. So it you know, and again, that's just like shaming programming too. Guilt, shame, fear programming, you know, for people who are kind of thinking a little outside the box, and you know, the system doesn't want that, but it's there to kind of grab you and keep you sucked in. Ms. Ellie says PKSB, and even that is too long in my opinion. I'm done at almost 50. I hear that. Okay. I wish I could say what Antarctic Wanderer said, but I think that's pushing the line with the YouTube gods. I'll leave that one. I'll leave that one be. All right. Okay. Okay, we're not sent here against our will. We're deceived. And we agree during various steps as we go along the conveyor belt. Might seem like we were, I mean, again, we're under the veil. Why do you have the veil of forgetfulness? You wouldn't, you know, you wouldn't know you were sent here against your will. You feel like you were sent here against your will. I kind of dipped in and out of that for a while and was really pissed off and angry and all that, but then you really, you can see the consent factor loud and clear. It just takes some time. Just keep doing your research. You will see it, I promise. Len says the future looks dark at this moment. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's why you don't want to come back here. You reclaim your sovereignty. You liberate yourself. Don't allow anything to mess with you at the time of death. That's the whole ball game. You liberate yourself. Alias says, if people have escaped this matrix, they seem to have no power in bringing the structure down. That is not sovereignty. Alias, I've been down all these roads, my friend. All these questions that you've been asking lately, my friend, are they're just, I get it, man. I've been there. Let me just, I'll tell you how this seems to work. And I think, I don't even necessarily think, it's something I know inside me. We're talking about a very intricate system. We're not talking about some little, you know, reality that I created or you created. I mean, I'm sure we do have our involvement with it. There's no doubt about that we contributed to creating this nightmare, okay? But you're talking about a system. We're in a system where it's nearly impossible to figure out what the hell is going on. You have to really be dedicated and want to know the truth, right? I think we can all agree on that. Okay? Takes a lot of dedication to get to the point where, you know, most of us are in this chat, you know. So, we're up against forces, many forces that help reinforce and create this reality, and the astral realms that are attached to it too. Okay? And, you know, just right now, just think about how outnumbered you are in this realm. How many people know what the hell is going on here? How many are lost in the illusion? And what are they doing? Being lost in the illusion means they support what's going on. Means they are helping prop up, reinforce this matrix with all of their might without even knowing it. Without even having a freaking clue as to what's going on. And that's happening out in the astral too. How do you think all this hierarchy thing works? It is cemented in place. It is perfectly set up, my friend, that guys like you and I, we want to leave here and seek revenge. We're talking about two of us, you and I, going out, or this whole chat, going out, what, 35 people? Going out and trying to fight a system that is this big, and we're this big. We're this big, and we're trying to fight something, you know, massive, that has tons of other creators. We're just a few creators. We're just 35, 36 creators, and we're battling a system of millions of other creators that are helping prop up the system. And leads me into this. How with, let me just bring up like a DMT trip, okay? You have someone in a DMT trip who is in something else's realm, okay? It's not their realm. They're a visitor in a realm. And let's say they want to move a plant or you know, remove a plant, okay? Let's just say they're in a house, okay? And there's a plant on a table and they want to remove the plant. They can zone in and remove that plant, but then the plant ends up coming back. They didn't put the plant back, but something else that is part of that reality, that realm which they own, which is reinforced by multiple entities, replaces the plant back. And sure, you can go and remove the plant again, but boom, it'll pop back up. See how we're outnumbered? We're insanely outnumbered. Ridiculously outnumbered. Okay? The only thing you have to fight for is yourself. I know it is an injustice. I know it sucks. I wanted to go out swinging, you know, my astral fists when I got out of here, but no way. Not even gonna think for a second about doing something like that. Because guess what? The Matrix will provide it to you. Seriously. Can't do that. Can't do that. The Matrix will gladly provide you that illusion to fight it. And we can't, you know, let's just call it what it is. You think others haven't tried to do this in the past? We're not the first people to figure out the scam here. We're not. It's nuts. Totally crazy. We just gotta do our own thing. I wish we could just take this thing down. It's not, and you're saying that it's not sovereignty. It's your sovereignty, or maybe a small little group of sovereign beings who want to fight the Matrix versus the big collective of other sovereign beings. Just because your sovereign desire wants to destroy this Matrix doesn't mean that you can overpower many other sovereign beings who are reinforcing and sticking up for the reality. It just doesn't work. It's, you know, a couple creator beings versus thousands of creator beings doesn't work. You can't beat it. You're outnumbered. And the system, you know, and that's just from a really base understanding point, who knows exactly how all this is planning out, but I try to look at it from us being creator beings and being ridiculously outnumbered. And, you know, they just imagine like they have like these choke points throughout various realms that they have set up. They just have, you know, stationed creator beings all over the place, okay? And if something goes off here, boom, they take care of it. And so, you know, one little guy like you and I rolling through that realm trying to fix something can easily be fixed. They've thought of it. I mean, just look at the complexity of everything going on here. As pathetic as it is, it's pretty damn well thought out. We got to tip our hat to that. I don't want to, but I tip my hat for the creative insanity and how well thought out this place was, because it is. So I hope maybe that helps answer the question. I've been where you are, my friend. Realize your true power. That's really all that matters. You are a creator being and can do what you got to do to protect yourself and be sovereign. That's it. Don't worry about pleasing the Matrix. Or not pleasing the Matrix, but defeating the Matrix, because you'll be provided that illusion. I promise you. And I'm not going anywhere near it. I mean, I wish I could just, you know, shut it down. I do, but no, I'm not going anywhere near that when I cross over. Hell no. Not giving up my sovereign right to try and shut down this behemoth. Ugh. No way. It's not fair. That's just the way it's got to be. All right. Okay. Len says the same way a bully or psychopath loves a suffering victim. Yeah. Yep. And you have the, you know, the, also the, oh yeah. Losing my mind, losing my thought process there. I'll think of it eventually. It's the second time it happened today's show. Sorry, guys. Stockholm Syndrome on steroids. That's what I was thinking. You know, the whole Stockholm Syndrome on Earth is nuts. Everybody props up this reality and excuses the atrocities the way it drives me nuts. Ben Band says, what do you think of astral projection? Is it legit? Should I do it? Yeah, it's definitely legit. I've done it, and quite a few people in this chat have done it. It's very real. Yeah, definitely, definitely go do some practices. It's well worth your time to give it a try, and you know, and you'll experience a different version of you. You'll leave your body and realize that you are more than your physical body. It's awesome. Simon says, I'd love to know what we're sent here to do or create for these sick bastards. Though I'd wager the answer is so heartbreaking we'd rather forget if we are forced to return. No, there'll be no forcing. I'm sure the reason is heartbreaking and messed up. Kind of could even piggyback off of what I said earlier in response to the last question, and about the fairness of, we could just be here propping up the reality because we're lost in the illusion and the delusion and the manipulation that we are helping keep this place functioning. I mean, isn't that bad enough? I mean, I think that's probably worse than anything, to be honest. Because we're all creator beings. We're here. We're involving ourselves within it. and helping prop it up. Just lost 7 people just off saying that one thing. That's funny. I don't really keep track of the numbers too often, but I just saw it go from 45 to 37 or something. Okay. Okay. People don't like to hear the responsibility aspect to this incarnation that we all partake in. Not saying I'm exempt, guys. Alright. Okay, Simon says, I'd rather bide my time in the void than return here to the slaughterhouse. Yeah, but remember, Simon, it's gotta be your void, bro. Gotta be your void. Your created void. Not the Matrix's void, because the Matrix has a void, too. Okay, Night Sky says, someone saw a squirrel. Uh-oh. The big Greek cook? Okay, I'm gonna have to scroll down a little bit here. Wait, why am I missing tons of chat? Anne, good to see you. Always good to see you, sister. Alright, so we'll end that poll. Okay. Okay. Okay, Green Wizard. I personally feel the number of actual sovereign creators is very few. It's a tough one, bro. I mean, in all reality, I think there are plenty of people out there who are true spirits, but they're just lost, completely lost. And I mean, you know, that's why the religions are set up. They're not just about control. They're about keeping people, or not, you know, not like the old days where it was the end-all be-all of control, but it's about, you know, the system knows the spiritual component within us to look outside and ask questions and seek quote-unquote God or the creator or yada yada yada, even though it's all within us. So they set up all these things. You know, I'm not telling you something you don't know, but I just feel that it's so easy to get lost here. It's ridiculously easy. I think about the years upon years upon years that I was lost inside this system. And even though I was, you know, knew something was wrong here, I was still way lost. So I could have theoretically gone down some other path or ran into some situation that distracted me completely. And maybe I wouldn't have asked the right questions or, you know, dug into certain things and gone down certain areas that led me to certain things. You know, very easily. Very easily. So I don't necessarily think that there aren't many. I just think it's a matter of, you know, so many being lost. That's all. Really drives a stake through my heart to think like that. But that's... to think that many people lost... Nuts, man. Just... the whole thing is crazy. So, I don't know if that helps or not, or gets you thinking in a certain way. Glenn says, maybe we are reliving this game from another universe. Well, I mean, we've got all sorts of, you know, the pod symbolism and all that stuff. I mean, and that's kind of in movies and video games and things like that. So, you know, could we be hanging out in some other thing? Maybe. Personally, I feel it's not like that. And I base that solely off of the fact that you can astral project out of your body. You can have a near-death experience and leave your body. And, you'll run into other realms, other realities, and various entities and things like that. But it's not like you're returned back to a pod. I don't see things ever kind of going in that direction, but reliving this game from another universe. You know what? Do you want to hear something crazy that I think about every once in a while? I think, like, what if when we go to sleep, I mean, yeah, we know we dream and do all sorts of crazy shit in our dreams, but what if, like, we're in another, like, physical form in some other realm, or some, not like an astral form, but maybe like when we go to sleep, like we're in another part of Earth living out another life. I mean, that's totally wacky, I know, but it's just, these are the types of crazy things I think about and get my mind spent. I'm not saying I believe it or think that that's happening, but yeah, I mean, I think there's enough evidence out there to suggest that we do come and kind of relive a similar script when we come back here. Maybe it's a different setting, different, they roll down the curtain, change the scenery on the stage, roll up the curtain, and new scene, enter all of us to the stage, and so on and so forth. Nuts. Okay. Fling Hammer says, grab the torches and the pitchforks. Yes, absolutely. I'm with you, my friend. The problem is, I used to think like that was the answer. Now I'm just like, I will not be participating in any sort of torches and pitchforks, at least in this reality, but to get myself out of here, sure, because I know the collective would let us down. That's the problem. I mean, people don't know. They'll, first off, they'll use the damn phone. Okay, they'll use the phone to communicate, and meanwhile, who's going to have the advantage over us? All right, so I'm just rambling on about the physical. It's not like it matters. The point is if we ever want to make change here on humanity's level in this environment, we wouldn't be picketing outside the governor's mansion or the state house or the White House or Congress or yada yada yada. We'd be going to businesses, let's say, that happen to host this fine broadcast this evening. Places like that. Radio stations, TV stations, all that. If you can't get a call to arms, nothing will ever happen. Okay. Had this idea. Okay, Len says, I had the idea as a kid that there were different worlds going on in my house and in this space, but we couldn't see each other. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, Len. I think we as children were more receptive to stuff like that too. You could talk about the Fae. We could talk about all sorts of crazy stuff that goes on and is well documented in humanity's history. And you very well could have been experiencing different realities within your home as a child. That's very, very common, actually. It's not, these days it's not as common, but it's common enough where there's enough information on it that you very well might have been interacting with various different types of entities. Some could be positive, some could be negative. Okay, Glenn says, as if everything that is happening has happened before and we're just reliving this. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Especially when you get into the whole debacle about time. I mean, that can just be a mind bender in and of itself. But yeah, absolutely, Glenn. And by the way, Glenn, I don't know if I've ever seen you and Glenn and Len. I don't know if I've seen either of you before, and if I do, I apologize. But I want to welcome you to the channel if you haven't been here before. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Simon says, I was saying to Night Sky earlier, might sound weird, but I'll love to replaster my walls and use them as writing boards to try and map reality. Something I can read every day to remember, not forget. I like that. I like that a lot, Simon. That's kind of cool. That's cool. I like that. Alias, I think I answered your question pretty in depth before, so we'll just leave it at that. I think we, can't beat a dead horse, my friend. I think I gave you a pretty in-depth answer. I think you're gonna have to look within yourself to truly, look within more, my friend, and just realize that consent's a big factor, and there's a reason, just consenting to enter this realm, okay? Just consenting to enter this realm. And it doesn't matter how it all pans out. If you're still lost in the sauce, so to say, and going along to get along, and, thinking that, by doing this here is truly a path to happiness, or truly a path to surviving, and is quote, necessary to get by, which is consent. I need to emit this energy in exchange for receiving that energy, working in exchange for money, energy exchange, and then getting a home, getting a car, blah, 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 blah. And you're lost in this reality. You're not, no, you're consenting. It's, not exactly, on the up and up, but you're still giving off an energy because you believe it. By believing it, you put your intention into it, and you are consenting. If you are buying into it, doesn't mean just because you don't like what's going on means you're still not lost. I have my good friend, Noreen, I love her to death. She agrees that everything is wrong, but she buys into all sorts of bullshit. She buys into it all. So that is, just because she, doesn't like what's going on doesn't mean that she's still not consenting to just say, okay, well, this is the way reality is, and that's it. That's it. That's consent. Doesn't have to be moral. Doesn't have to be ethical. Doesn't have to be just. It just is. Again, we can't classify things as moral or ethical. That doesn't work that way. It just, this reality, and I think the multiverse in general just doesn't work that way. It doesn't. It sucks. I know. I don't like saying this, but it just, that's it. It's all about consent. It doesn't matter how it's given. That's it. Okay, I'll leave it at that. But I think we've beaten a dead horse. Okay. The Green Wizard says, I could be wrong about what I said, but we seem like special breed. This entire prison was specifically designed to torture. Well, there's definitely specifically designed to torture. I guess the big question would be, how many NPCs are out there versus real spirits, right? I mean, that really would give us a better idea as to how customized, I guess you could say, this experience could be in relation to, all of our existence in this chat room, this live chat, or the replays, right? Because we don't know. We don't know. I mean, I look around, I know plenty of good people who are just lost. I think if someone has a spiritual desire within them, doesn't have to be the right spiritual desire, but if someone truly is asking questions and trying to find answers, they're most likely real, a real spirit. They're lost, but they're real. So I mean, I don't see, this is like an area where, like, if we talk about it, I feel completely in the dark because it's just, I don't know. But I don't like to make assumptions either. I like to kind of say, like, look at everything that's just so messed up, right? And I'm not saying something you don't know, Derek, but I feel like even though there are a lot of fake things that go on here, a lot of bullshit, I think there's a lot of spirits here too that are just really lost. I do. Otherwise, why would so many of them seek spiritual guidance, seek truth? All these people seeking truths, they're being led on the wrong path. It's kind of their own doing, just like I messed myself up by seeking all sorts of ridiculous bullshit and buying into it and being completely lost and then digging my way out of it. Just like I'm sure many people have here. But what's the scope of it, right, Derek? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I really don't know. But there's we're definitely taking for a ride. All right, I'm going to take another break. So give me about 5.5 minutes. Go take a stretch break, chill for a minute, send in those questions. I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer. I didn't expect to go this long, but hey, I'm enjoying the conversation. I love it. I always love chilling with you guys. And I'll see you in a moment, all right? So hang tight. See you in a minute. Okay. Alright, come on down. Alright, I'm back, guys. Let's give me a sec here. Okay. Oops. Just a little loud there. Alright, hopefully that's not too bad. Just drop that down a little bit. Alright, so let me just change the font color of the chat. I don't know why it can't just stay the same. It's always got to change. Drives me nuts. And alright, so while we're waiting for that, let's just do a little bell. We'll relax, breathe in. Bell always helps me. I don't know about you guys. One more. There we go. I always try to do that at the beginning of each video and I always forget, so better late than never, right guys? Okay. So. Okay, I wanted to get to... Wow, this thing is screwed up. Solomon says, we are clearly programmed to be cognitively dysfunctional, hence the design. Yeah. The amount of effort that is put in to keep us here is insane. And we're all sorts of fucked up too. I mean, all sorts of messed up. And it just is a sick pattern. Sick pattern. Is Ann alright? Good night, Night Sky, if you're still there, sister. Always great seeing you. Hope you sleep well. Wanted to jump back up to Derek's comment. Let's see if I missed anything. Okay, Derek says, FC, definitely see what you're saying. I more feel it's by comparison and also this entire thing being an illusion. If we found out 100% it truly is a sim and was never real, it would change a lot. It would. It would. I think the whole reason they are even entertaining simulation quote theory, even though it clearly is, with its own twist. I think the only reason they're doing it is because they're literally building another reality. They're building another realm that they're hoping people will sign on to and go to. Okay, whether that's through wearable technologies or brain chips, or literally like jumping through something like a portal or some sort of energy field, kind of like they do in Westworld. I don't know. But I mean, I couldn't believe when Simon sent me the press release from Facebook saying that they were changing the metaverse, because this was shit I was talking about, I don't know, 2018 on the channel, a long time ago, about how basically the Department of Defense had announced in 2007 that they were building a new reality, a little new reality. Okay, and it's not like this is a surprise to most people in the chat, but I seriously think it could lead to one. Well, it could be multiple things, but where I seem to think that they're going is, take this with a grain of salt. I think it could be two things. One, climate change, so they'll maybe have some ridiculous disaster. Actually, I got to be careful talking about that. Some ridiculous disaster may occur, and they'll say, okay, well, Earth is on the fritz, shit's getting deep now. We need you to, jump in this portal over there, or we need you to do this and you'll feel better, and, it won't affect you, or you can be equivalent, the equivalent of being teleported to some other reality, or this is what I'm hoping for personally, because, what the hell can I do to stop this reality? But I'm hoping for the fake alien invasion. I really am. Okay, I am. And, that's my, I want to end my time here with a big ass laugh, because I won't be going through any portal. I won't be doing anything that is asked of me ever. Okay? But, if they're going to try and get people into a new portal of reality that they created, then why wouldn't they use the fake alien invasion? I think it would be genius. I mean, seriously, it's nuts, but, again, I've been saying this all along. I've got my lawn chair, I got a couple bottles of booze, bag of chips, ready and waiting for when the fake alien invasion occurs, because I'm going to park my ass out in the backyard and laugh hysterically as everyone around the neighborhood, everyone around the city is freaking out, and I'll just be chilling, So, anyways, I know, kind of went on a little tangent with that, but I try to make the best of it as I can. It's just like I don't have anything really left to give this reality, this realm. All I really have to give are videos like this, and in hopes that more people will see it and do their own research, and that's it, but but I'm sorry. So the whole reason I was getting to the point, Derek, about people realizing they were in a simulation is they're using that, I think, as, like Elon Musk, for example. He's not saying that shit because he he's trying to help people or whatever. He's implanting an idea out there because that's his job, which, everybody knows. He's not like you guys don't know this. And in trying to get it in the minds of the public. So when the time does come for something like some big disaster related to, change or a fake alien invasion, that, they'll be more like, oh, okay, all right, okay, well, this will help me a little better. I know, maybe it's, maybe you're not resonating with that, but I just throw it out there. Anyways, Anne. Something happened to Anne. Okay, let me... Anne. Where's Anne? I love Anne. I love Anne a lot. She's a very, very good soul. Good spirit. Sorry, not good soul. Good spirit. Good spirit and soul. Good spirit and soul. Such a sweetheart. And tells it like it is, right, Anne? Anne is one of the people in the live chat that always tells it like it is. Doesn't hold back. I love it. AA, thank you so much for your $1.49 super chat. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Could use it. I've got to get a new computer. Every little bit helps. Thank you so much. Okay. Just scrolling back up, guys. Just give me one moment. Okay. Flinghammer says, I've been told I was crazy so many times. Looking at them, I relish the distinction. Yes. Flinghammer, always enjoy you swinging by too, bro. Always good to see you. Oh, man, listen to this. Lita says to Simon, a friend of mine sees ghosts. I told her she's not mentally ill, just seeing other realms. But she was prescribed medicines. Ah, that breaks my heart to hear. Oh, man. Hey, just so you know, you should try, doing a banishing ritual or just some sort of intention ritual, something like with sage or incense. Cover, go after the corners of the rooms, the windows, the doorways, all the corners of the windows, all the corners of the doorways, corners of the room, each room. You can get it out. It might take a little time. But, if the intention is there, maybe even you can do it for her, or, her, and just ask her if, do you want these things out of your house? And, if she doesn't want them, you can probably do it for her, but she has to kind of transfer that consent to you, and that intention and consent to you to get rid of it. It has to be, something she wants you to do. And, you know, even individually, you probably could do it. But, you know, if they kind of come back a little bit or something like that, and she's open to it, or what it, or just not like overly concerned, or even has like a fear related to it, but not realizing her true power, then things can get a little wacky. So she doesn't want him anymore. You know, this is something you could probably help her with, as long as that's her desire. And throw yours in there too. But okay. So Simon says such services of supposedly qualified experts are the ones who decide if we're sane or not. How can you be sane inside an insane asylum? The trick is not becoming institutionalized into staying here. Yes. Okay. That deserves a pin for the moment. Boom. Simon always coming through with the Gnosis truth bombs. Okay. All right, so let's see where we are. Yeah, so thank you again, AA, for the super chat. That was very kind. You have any questions, AA? You always leave super chats, but never ask any questions. So if you have any questions, feel free. I know you usually leave nice comments too, but if you ever have any questions or want to say anything, feel free to jump in anytime. Got some of your emails, but okay. Flinghammer says protest works against the protesters. Yeah, and everything is all lined up. All the people who have the microphones are the people who are running the protests, and the sheep just follow. Yeah, let's go here, guys. Let's go here. We're going down this way. We're gonna go here. And what do you know? The whole crowd just follows like a herd. It's insane. It's crazy to watch those protests and just see how one person with a microphone or a couple people with a microphone who will be, you know, stationed throughout the crowd can just, boom, just herd the cattle to a certain location. It's just, it takes so little, so many people are so lost. It's just sad. That's why I will not ever participate in rallies or anything like that anymore. I used to when I was younger, and you know, I thought I could make a change with this or that, but those days are long over. Long over. Okay. So Green Wizard says, let's see. Oh, sorry. Solomon says, me too. Many good people are lost. Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the most hardest things to deal with, you know? Yeah. You know, there are people I know who have, you know, the purest of desires, purest of intentions, purest spirit, and they're just so fucking lost. So lost. And there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. It fucking hurts, guys. Hurts. Anyways, Green Wizard says, thank you for your input on these things, FC. Appreciate all the hard work you do. Thank you, Derek. Thank you. And you're welcome. Glenn says, has anyone here ever had a dream that they were living a moment from this life, but from the perspective of their past loved one? I haven't personally, but that's pretty damn fascinating. It's not off topic, Glenn. It's okay. I find that interesting. Glenn, can you share a little more with us? Because when I see that, I think ever had a dream that they were living a moment from this life, but from the perspective of their past loved one. Glenn, did you ever have a shared death? It sounds like it could be a shared death experience. Are you familiar with those, my friend? That sounds like a shared death experience. Were you with someone who, like, were you with someone when it happened, or did someone die shortly after, or were you with a loved one that may have been, you know, really sick and maybe lost consciousness or had a heart attack? I mean, there are so many different things that can happen, but, and you don't even need to necessarily be by them, but if you're connected with them on some level, you too could have an experience, which would be termed a shared death experience. So, as if you're in it, it kind of tangles into the life review. So I really, really would like to hear more, Glenn. Any details would be great. I'm gonna pin that. I like that. And please don't be sorry at all. You know, this is an open topic right now, so anybody can say whatever the hell they want. Okay. Let me just see if, hopefully Glenn's still here. I don't know if he is. I'll keep an eye on the chat, Glenn, and if you pop up, I'll get to you. But for the moment, I'll continue to move on. But take your time responding. If you gotta write out a few things, take your time. I'll get to you. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. Ms. Ali says, I wonder if the folks who only wake up so far are still NPCs and they are that way to help us remember so we get out. Okay, I wonder if the folks who only, quote, wake up so far are still NPCs and they are that way to help us remember so we get out. Well, you know, that's layered for sure. That's why I had to read it twice. Surely could be. I'm going to do a separate video on this too, because Miss Ellie. Okay, how do I put this? Okay. I wonder if the folks who only wake up so far are still NPCs and they are that way to help us remember so we get out. Okay. I wanted to do, or I am going to do a video. Actually, I was going to do this very soon, like before this video, but it'll come soon. But we'll kind of just go over it right now, where it kind of touches upon what you're implying, because I think that if if, this is a big if, this whole thing we're experiencing is, dare I say it, a game, okay? It's like one of the sickest games in the multiverse, all right? Then you have to ask yourself, if the whole thing is, well, we know it's a trap, okay? We know it is parasitic in nature, and we know it's meant to keep us recycling and coming back lifetime after lifetime, going through the conveyor belt of bullshit, you know, only to come back here again. So, with that in mind, there are only two... See, I wanted to do a separate video on this, but let's just talk about it now. There are only two things, in my opinion, that can be on the table if it's a game. Then if it's a game, then A, that explains why we get so much truth in things like media, online, all this stuff, okay? Because we get a lot of truth. Let's call it what it is. I mean, we get a lot of shit that is truthful, but it's only for those who have the eyes to see, ears to hear, etc. Okay? Option 2, or B. It's because of that, the reason all of that exists, because it has to exist. It has to be part of the ongoing consent narrative that we are being, even though we're being lied to up, down, left, and right, that if one desires and seeks answers and truth, they can find them if it is truly a passion and, within them, okay? Just like us. I seriously cannot think of anything outside of those two options, right? So it's either I can't think of anything outside of that. Can you? It's either a game and we're getting clues because of that, because it is a game to help us, or B, it has to do with consent and protecting the realm. They have to put out truth in some form to protect the longevity of the realm. Right? What the hell else could it be? This is why I want to do a separate video on it. I mean, what the hell else? What else could it be? I'd love to hear your guys' responses on this. So please, please, come on, give it to me. Let me see. What are you guys thinking? I'll wait a few minutes. Or not a few minutes, but 30 seconds, minute. Okay. Did Glenn come back? I'm just trying to swing back to Glenn. See, now I think... Oh, there's Glenn. Okay, so Glenn... Okay, so Glenn's in the initial message I pinned with Glenn. He says, has anyone ever had a dream that they were living a moment from this life, but from the perspective of their past loved ones? So Glenn says, I'll elaborate. It's cool. No, this happened after my mom passed. I had a dream I was living in an old apartment as a kid, but I was my mom. I had her arms and I was in the kitchen and washing dishes. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like Definitely not a... I wouldn't classify that as a shared death experience, obviously. This happened after my... It probably was just her way, or, you know, I hate to say it, the Matrix's way of comforting you and making you feel your mom's energy. That's just my opinion on it, but make of it what you will. Where were we? Okay, let me go back to where we were with the next one. Thanks, Glenn. I appreciate you putting that out there. All right, so let's replace the pin with Miss Ellie's. So I'm gonna check the chat in a minute. She said, I wonder if the folks who only wake up so far are still NPCs and they are that way to help us remember so we can get out. So again, that kind of, you know, goes to the whole game thing. So let's see what you guys have to add to that, because I'm really curious. Okay. Okay, Miss Ellie says, I mean, we know some are shills to keep us looking for answers. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, we'll leave names out of it, but there have been some recent ones that we've brought up that are kind of like, you know, the last stop of truth seeking, before you just kind of discard all them and keep going. You know, I mean, not like you weren't going your own path the whole time, but, you know, some channels, some agents have more power and swing over how you may feel than others. I don't want to say power, but, you know, they're more apt to, you know, get you to resonate with them and trust them, and in turn be manipulated. So yeah, I mean, you know, the one we've been discussing recently, through private DMs, Miss Ellie, you know what he's all about. I mean, the fact that thing exists and can sleep at night amazes me. Absolutely amazes me. But we can say that about all of them. You know, he's just one of many, right? But I still think it's interesting to kind of think of it in terms of, you know, like, if it is a game, are they in place to even kind of help with the progression? Even though there's there's still agents of the Matrix and limiting us on our progression, they're also helping too, because you're still kind of going through this process, and if you truly within you desire truth and answers, you're not going to dedicate yourself to one specific, or not one specific, but, you know, you're not going to take some person's word for everything. You're still always going to search for yourself. Just like I say to everyone who's listening here, don't, you know, go do your own research. My channel should be some little mini stepping stone. Nothing. It's like a you know, a drop in the ocean compared to, you know, your own journey and doing you and continuing to search and ask questions and answers, or seek answers. Yeah, that's all. So let me just try. Yeah, I want to talk to people about the whole game verse, you know. Let's see. Okay. So Hattie says it's a laughable game. Simon says, Goldie, I wouldn't wish 4 hours of me talking on anyone, as they'd likely come away so confused or with many questions. Oh, stop it, Simon. Come on, man. You're the man. Come on, man. You're the man. It'd be a lot cooler if you did. I love talking with Simon for 4+ hours. That was great. Everyone should check that out. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And Wayne Bush. Wayne Bush was great too. Simon and Wayne Bush. Hell of a conversation with both of them. Okay. Len says, as effed up as this world is, it really is an amazing place. Who could come up with all this? Yeah, it absolutely, Len. It's insane how in depth it is, how layered it is, how much thought has been put into it to continue. It's just nuts. Totally nuts. Okay. Simon says, is it future or is it past? How on earth would we know? Yep. So true, bro. So true. Flinghammer says, intelligence operatives at the ready for to... Okay, intelligence operatives are ready to hijack any organic movement, plus the ones they create. Absolutely. And it's what do they call it? I'm trying to think of the name. It's like a honey trap too, so they also get intel on who would kind of, go farther or be willing to do A, B, C, and X, Y, Z, So they also kind of get intel out of it, even though they, have everybody's, logs and all that stuff. They see who would maybe, push it to the limit, who would kind of step over the line and do things that the system may not like. So yeah, it's all horseshit. Never, ever, ever mix yourself up with that bullshit, because it's just, doesn't it suck to even say that? It sucks, because I wish there was some positive way of saying, I mean, maybe your protest would matter or this or that. It's just complete waste of time. They have it. If only people weren't so heavily indoctrinated and brainwashed, it might stand a chance. Might. It's just so powerful, guys. I don't know. Anyways, let's move on. Okay. Goldie girl, good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Always nice to see you in the chat. Goldie says, Simon, you are a natural. The conversations you had with FC had a natural flow to it. It was a great night. Yes, it was a great night. Simon was on fire. It was a hell of a conversation. Again, go check that out, guys, if you haven't. We went deep. Alright, Simon says, who or perhaps what, Len? Maybe the technology already rules us. Who knows how far advanced it is? If it could bend time, then we could live in a closed loop for time, perceiving the present, but never truly knowing where we are, like the Odyssey, always seeking home. Yep. And how many freaking people we read, near-death experiencers, even the pre-birth memory. This guy, to some extent that we talked with or did the commentary on tonight, he, he didn't say home, but, he said he couldn't wait to get back to them, right? I mean, come on. He openly says, that's, the most love he ever felt. He's roaring and ready to go. can't wait. And you have near-death experiencers where they say, you know, they'll come back after all of that, and after their experience and the dust is settled, that, you know, they'll be, you know, they'll keep saying, like, you know, I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. Well, home is part of the matrix. Home is it's a false sense of security, a false reality. That's where this stuff, you know, it gets really, really deep, and it's sad. It really is sad. If we could only just seriously, I just wish we could somehow find a way to send like a mass download across the realm and say, hey, this whole place is bullshit, you know, wake up. You know, realize that you have the power within. You have, you know, you're a creator being. You can take control of your own world. You can live a sovereign existence once you're out of here. I wanted to also say that in 2022, I have some pretty badass plans, guys, to bring a new twist on activism. So, what I'm going to do is, you know, I'm trying to save up for it at the moment, but I'm going to get a couple tables, longer tables. I'm going to get maybe couple phones or cameras at a minimum. Probably some, you know, cheaper cameras, but high quality cameras too. And some mics and some folding chairs. And I'm going to also type up a Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap. You know, like I'll have like a basic version, and then I'll have like a more advanced version for the people who are spiritual, you know, and you know about reincarnation, all that. And I'm going to print up flyers that people can take home and business cards. And I'm going to set up the table at parks or the beach or something. And I plan to stream them as long as the signal's okay. And try and have one-on-one or, you know, maybe group interactions with people and do some sort of activism that way, but also film them. So even if the signal isn't bad, I'll have 2 cameras running. So one will be first stream and one will be, you know, pre-record, I guess you can say. And I will, you know, try and wake some people up to what's going on just out in the public and just see how it goes. I'm just really interested to see how it pans out. So it's kind of like street activism, awareness campaign. So I'm hoping to bring that to you guys by the time of the spring of 2022. So keep an eye out for that. Hopefully I can get it all figured out and find some locations that are, you know, friendly to the signal and just see what happens, right? I think it would be fun because I want to expand upon just YouTube and online. I want to try and take it to the streets. Okay. Let's see. Alright, did one over Simon's comment. Yeah, it says the Matrix laid out another option, choice as an illusion to pacify humans. The same way consent is manufactured and spirits are broken with the notion that we have brought this upon ourselves. Well, yeah, then the Matrix loves to also, you know, drop its shame, guilt, fear on people for systems that it provides. Talk about this all the time, how they, you know, all this, you know, all these problems in the world are a result of this and this and that and that. Well, who provided the this and that? Yeah, I did that in my trailer video for the channel. If you guys haven't checked that out, it's like, I think it's titled, What's the Point of All This, or something like that. And I talk about that, how, we are given a set of things by the system. We didn't think these things up. We didn't cook them up. We didn't, say, oh, well, this is this is that. No, we were given those options and made to believe that those are what we have to follow. Screw that. No, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, and the choice is it's the illusion of choice is it's a big one. Big one. I mean, really, you got to ask yourself, why so many clues? Why so many freaking clues? Granted, yeah, you got to be freaking awake. Make no doubt about it. You've got to be desiring to know the answers. And seek it with every fiber of your being. But the point is that once you see, I mean, just think about all the truths you learned like early on in your journey about this and that and this and that, and like it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, this, those are baby truths. You think about like when you first started your journey with 7-Eleven and the Fed, monetary system type thing, all those bullshit things. All the truth was right there, ready and waiting, easy to see. Easy to find, easy to know within you it was true, that it was happening. But as you progress more and more and more, you get this this inner knowing, and you get like more evidence upon more evidence. And if you can interpret symbolism and how it means this and that, and how it extends its claws over here, it's all there. They don't hide it. So again, is it a game, or is it them covering their ass with the whole consent thing? I seriously cannot think it's anything outside of that. I can't. I just cannot think that it's anything outside of those two options. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not, I don't want to come off as some know-it-all. But seriously, think about it, guys. What the hell else could it be? What the hell? They're either covering their ass, or it's a game and the information's out there for us to see. Either one of the two. Okay. Haley says, the NPC are just here to make the game feel more real. The way I see it, there are only so many people with soul spirit in the game. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I hear you, sister. I hear you. I'm on board with you. I really want to know if it is a game. I do. I mean, let me just say, if it's a game, I'm sure most of you agree, it's a sick and twisted, convoluted nightmare of a game. And just think about how hard it was for us to find this shit out, guys, right? Good Lord. honestly, this is the type of thing where I like, turn into like an inferno, like, what the hell? What in the hell? I don't know. Ay. Why give the clues? Why give the clues so often? Why are we so, privileged to get these freaking clues? Why? Well, it would, a lot would be explained if it was a game, or if they're covering their ass. Okay, I don't want to keep, raging on about that, but it's just something that really I love just going back and forth about. I love it. I love it, and I can't stand it at the same time. Let's put it that way. Okay. And I will say this, to kind of go to the whole game thing. I've kind of briefly mentioned this, and maybe one other stream, maybe two at the tops, very nonchalantly. I do feel that in some weird way that, I'm not saying I'm some, again, know-it-all or this or that, or special person. I am the least special person you'll ever imagine, okay? Or ever find. I do feel that this channel has some protection behind it. Okay? Make of it what you will. Make of it what you will. But the shit I have talked about on here for the years I've been on it, I have never once gotten a strike. I've gotten copyright claims, back in the day, but, I just removed the shit and call it a day. I was dumb with how it all worked and stuff. That was just the algorithm. What I'm trying to say is, I've always felt like I don't know. I don't really have issues like all the other people, but I've also been around YouTube for long enough where, I kind of know where you can go and where you can't, so maybe that's it too, but even some of my old videos that I did, and just no problem. I don't know. Is that kind of like some presumptuous bullshit, or does that sound, and if it is a game, right? I mean, maybe that's right. I don't know. Anyways, I put a pinned message there about the memberships, in case anyone's thinking of joining. And remember, I will never I'll never exclude anyone from information I feel is important that needs to be shared with everybody, okay? The memberships thing is, it's just a way of having a more, intimate encounter, private thing together once a month. And I also will do spontaneous live streams of just various things once in a great while. So if you want to join, feel free, but don't worry. I understand things are tough these days. Support is appreciated, but never expected. Okay? You guys should know that. I don't expect anyone to. I want everyone to be comfortable, and never expect that they have to do anything to support me. But I won't say no either. Because I gotta do my thing. I do need a new computer at some point, but that'll come. This matrix comes through in the clutch somehow, some way, when necessary. It's weird. Okay, let's see. Where did I leave off? Okay, yep, I just left that. Okay, Simon says, did anyone watch the cartoon Ulysses many moons ago in the 1980s? Now there's a cartoon to bend your head. I actually think it's how we've awoken to a degree, remembering these things from childhood. Yeah, I totally agree, Simon. I think we have, at least for me, and it seems like you too, bro, how we have these identifiers that we connect with from our childhood or teens, and they're just more powerful now. And they kind of come together to form some wacky, like, inner knowing thing. It's wild. Or provide answers to, or paths to answers in some weird ass way. So yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen that cartoon, but it kind of got me wondering what it's all about. Simon says, the things we knew didn't add up about here, but forgot. It's all in there, for sure. Just take some immense digging to uncover. Yep. I'm sorry, did I repeat that? I'm sorry if I repeated that. Miss Ellie says, I know I've told some of you that before. In the lucid dream, she made sure I was paying attention to her and the message. So, Miss Ellie's talking specifically about the game aspect. How she had been told in a lucid dream that this is a game. That Earth, our experience here, is a game. And I'm sorry if you have told me that before. My memory's just kind of crappy. I take notes about everything. I'm partially retarded. Alright, okay, let's see. Simon says, yes, Alias. That's kind of where I'm at. The illusion of choice. I struggle to reconcile anything otherwise within this realm. Yeah, it's all about illusion. The whole damn thing is illusions. Adelita says, once you're awake, everything seems so fake. People, beings, and power really underestimate humanity. Yep. Yeah, I know. We're just... They try to... every which way they can to keep us in line. It's pathetic. It's really pathetic. But yeah, I mean, everything about this reality, once you wake up, just seems to... It's just... Everything's illusion. It's just like, oh, this fake, that's fake, you know. Start seeing all sorts of weird shit in the sky like I did with the, you know, orb summoning and orb interaction, and, you know, it shows how, you know, we're creator beings, and, I mean, it's just, I could go on and on and on about it. And also, you know, dissuade people too. So, you know, it could go either way, where it's interesting or, you know, time for someone to shut it off. Some of the shit I've experienced, I couldn't even ever talk about because I know people wouldn't take it serious. I know a lot of you guys in the chat would, but it's just, I always try to weigh the risk with reward. It's more important, in my opinion, to help someone see the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap versus, you know, sharing some thing that happened to me that, you know, was wild and interesting, but still, it could be like, oh, this guy's a kook, I'm not going to deal with that crap. I'm more interested in helping people, see what the hell is going on here and hopefully go out and do their own research to prove the soul trap to themselves. To me, there's nothing more important than that. So, All right. Miss Ellie says, Miss Ellie, I mean, if we are playing a game, then the NPC players will be to help us in an odd way. Yeah. But I also mean in our personal lives, the NPCs are here to help us, some in good ways, others in bad ways. Yeah, well, I mean, we can get down the whole twisted root of trauma, right, Miss Ellie? How some of us can... let me just say this. For me personally, I don't know. I don't know. We've talked about it on the channel before, where, like if everything is, if you had a really, really carefree life all the time and distracted, then you're more than likely just going to be content in life. Doesn't mean that you're not going to suffer, because everyone suffers. Everyone has some sort of painful thing or traumatic event that occurs to them, but I think when it happens at a very young age, especially as a child, maybe even multiple times, then you're you might lose yourself, but then find yourself later on as a result of said trauma. So but it's just too fucked up for me to even go down right now. It's nuts. So yeah. But yeah, Miss Ellie, I think that's great points, both of them. Haley says, FC, do you know anything about people speaking with, quote, spirit guides or matrix entities, or having a spirit guide speak to someone to give advice, etc.? Yeah, I mean, it's a common thing, Haley. It's something I've done recently is started to reach out to DMT and ayahuasca users, more, breakthrough trips or not, but DMT and ayahuasca specifically. And I started to get some feedback. I did an interview with a Buddhist who's done DMT. I don't remember how many times, 15 times, something like that. And that was months ago. I still haven't even put that out. I will eventually. I still got a near-death experiencer to hell like an NDE to put out too. I mean, but the reason why I'm saying all this is because they... Oh my god, I just kind of lost my train of thought. Oh my god, help me. Why does this happen? Why did I lose all that? Okay, anyways, the reason I'm saying all this is I'm trying to get receptive people who, especially like DMT and ayahuasca users, who will work with me and on a research basis, where I can propose certain things to them that they will take into their DMT experience and record it, hopefully live with me, or just even if they just have a microphone or something set up, and pose these questions and information to the beings that they are in the experience with, and see what we come up with. I think it would be really, really interesting. So I've had a few bites on it. And the person I interviewed a few months back, maybe he'll want to get involved more with it too. But I'm in a DMT Discord. Well, partially DMT Discord, partial DMT Discord, where I've had a few people message me. So, and they're interested. So I'm going to get some more further details out there together, kind of get a questionnaire and some interesting ways to approach it and see what we can come up with. So, but as far as spirit guides or matrix entities, I think most seem to be deceivers. I do. I don't think that many are on our side. That's not to say that there aren't spirits and souls out there who, aren't, gunning for us to try and keep us here. But I think a large chunk of them are out there to keep us within the loop. So again, you say, really? Is this a fucking game? Is this a game? Is it a game? You really got to go that far? I mean, I guess we could say, do you really got to go that far with all this stuff? See, like, I think anyone out there, I'll just throw this out there, anyone out there who has contact with a quote spirit guide or a matrix entity or does DMT or ayahuasca or has some sort of interaction with an entity that wants to, like, regular interaction, or is a regular user of DMT or ayahuasca. It doesn't have to be every week or every month, but someone who's willing to work with me, I would love to talk to you. So please reach out. foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. That's all together. No channel. So there's no channel in that. And just put, a brief blurb in the subject so I see what you're trying to bring forward, and then leave me an email with some more information, and we can kind of take it from there. I'm open to working with anyone who is interested in asking questions and kind of taking an alternative approach to things instead of, I'm just going to take drugs and fly off and blah, blah. Like someone who can, maybe, I'll give you a few questions and you can meditate on it for, a week, and then meditate, the day of. Maybe you take DMT or ayahuasca or something like that, and then kind of, if you can during the experience and you call it, you can ask those things, and really I would love to have a voice recording of it. That would kind of be the condition for doing something like this, so we can actually see how you're reacting, because what happens during those events, it's important to have documentation. That's all. That's just how I approach things. So feel free to reach out. I would love to hear from anyone out there who would like to explore that path with me. But yeah, as far as spirit guides, matrix entities, I would be very, very careful. That's all. Most of them just seem like enforcement officers. That's my opinion. Doesn't mean they're all nasty or things like that, but I think some are just flat out programs. Not even necessarily sentient, but just programs. Okay. So maybe I went a little too far with that, Haley, but that's kind of... Okay. Simon says, or are NPCs in a different Minecraft kind of realm? Beta version game. Maybe they're like the worker drones required to string it together unwittingly. Maybe. Seems pretty in depth though to me. I don't know about you, bro. But yeah, sure. Can't underestimate anything, right? Okay. Okay. What the hell happened here? There we go. Okay. Oop. Alright, so Simon says, me and my mate were talking about the metaverse the other night. He was like, quote, "Oh, you'll use it." And I told him I had heard enough, or I'm sorry, let me repeat this. I apologize, guys. Simon says, me and my mate were talking about the metaverse the other night. He was like, "Oh, you'll use it." And I told him I had hard enough time keeping a grip on this reality, seeing how fluid it is. Yes, right on. Yes, it's hard enough, right? It's hard enough keeping up with this bullshit. Okay. Simon says, the truth hurts, but we don't need solace or comfort. We want out. Right on, bro. Right on. Absolutely. Okay. Rasputin says, the only way out is to accept that this is all an illusion, either through life or in death. Yeah, I think it's important to realize it while you're here. I do. At least under the conditions in this current epoch, I guess we can say. I think that's really, really important so you're prepared and know what the hell you're up against when you die, leave your body. I mean, maybe there are, exceptions out there of people who realize it, boom, right away, and come to. But I just think it's really, really important for someone to kind of learn it while they're here, apply, a sovereign existent, not going to be interrupted by anything or anyone when I cross over at that moment, because they just swoop right in. They swoop right the hell in. And who the hell wants to deal with that? No, I mean, the way I see it is cut it off immediately. Don't even allow it a chance to breathe. You are on the top of your game right away. Okay. Rasputin says, all the truths are found in Tibetan Buddhism, Book of the Dead. No, they're not. Some of the truths are, but no, they're really not. No, I totally disagree with that. Some of the truths are. No, it's just not the case. I've been through that book multiple times. I, mixed it up with Tibetan Buddhism for a while, Zen Buddhism for a while. That they are not the answer. They're not, because you're talking about, all these sorts of realms that you got to go through, and this and that, and all these protocols. No, that's just not necessary. It's more spin. It's tons of spin. I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm just saying that I've been down those paths before, and really deep in them too, and they just are not the answer. They're not, because they mislead people more than they help people. Really, I mean that's my opinion on it. But You know, that's just me, one individual speaking. I'm not trying to speak for anyone else. But it's a helpful book to listen to, no doubt. It helped me during my path. I mean, a huge part of my path. So, you know, if it helps someone move along, that's great. But relying on it as the end all be all, no, absolutely not. Because you're talking about different realms you got to go through, different this, different that, you know, to you know, get your worthiness and this and that. No, you just declare your sovereignty, you create your own realm, and you get the hell out of here, and that's it. You don't have to go through all that bullshit, the Bardo realms and all that. No, 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 no. Stand firm in knowing that you are a sovereign being who denies consent right out the gate when you cross over. Right out the gate. Non-negotiable. You're not going to deal with any outside influence, and you're going to forge your own path. You don't have to go through this and this and this and that, you know, and have all this set up and blah, blah, blah. No, you don't. You don't need any of that. You do your own thing. Although I will say that I have kind of, you know, depending on how I go, I'm assuming, you know, I'll just, whatever will happen. But, you know, I'm not expecting to die in some sort of fatality or something, although statistics show that that could be somewhere between a 10 and 20% possibility of happening, so we can't discount it, that's for sure. But most of us will have an inner knowing leading up to the time of death, even possible communication, some sort of inner thing where we just know. And remember, hearing is the last thing to go when you cross over. So I think creating your own sovereign geared audio track with your voice that is very specific to you is helpful. So yeah, I'll just, you know, we can talk more about, I've talked about all that stuff a lot, but we can go into that down the road more too. Simon says, be interesting to see if those from the chat feel brain drained tomorrow, to maybe correlate it somehow and look for patterns of how we are tethered mentally, so to speak. Yeah, that does, when I do the longer streams like this, I can't believe we're almost at 4 hours. It's flown by, but yeah, when I interviewed, Simon, when we spoke and did our interview, and when I did the, you know, I was drained for a couple days too, and I know you messaged me and said that. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but then when I did the, you know, it still was impactful, don't get me wrong, but then when I did the talk with Wayne, I had a migraine for about 2 days straight. It would come and go, but I mean, it was brutal. And I just fell behind on all the work I was doing, and it really was screwed up. So, you know, it does seem to happen. Happened also when I interviewed Jerry Marzinski too. Wasn't feeling good for a couple of days after. So yeah, there's I mean, really, three of the biggest conversations I had, or, you know, actually I interviewed Jerry multiple times and I was drained both 3 times, because we did a test interview. Well, not a test interview. We tried to do the first interview and had nothing but problems. And we called it a night and decided to reschedule. And I wasn't feeling good the day after that. Then the 2 times that we were successful, I felt like crap too, you know, for like a day and a half after. And then Simon, same thing. Wayne Bush, same thing. There was the guy over in, where was he from? It doesn't matter. Templar guy. I can't remember his name offhand. But the point is yeah, there is some weird correlation. I mean, what are the chances that that happens, right after doing these kind of info dumps and collaborations and talks with people? Okay. As Booten says, this is a dream. This isn't any different from a post-life experience, except you haven't accepted the illusion. This is why people who do DMT tend to agree that, quote, there is nothing to worry about. Yeah, no, there's nothing to worry about. I'm not worried in the least, and I think most people here, well, I'm not want to speak for everyone, but I think most people here are not afraid of death. They're fully aware it's an illusion that we live in, but one that is also based in a hierarchical structure. So, but the point is to not allow yourself to fall victim to the illusion, specifically at the time of death, in order to liberate themselves. So, if it was so easy to liberate oneself, then it wouldn't require all this bullshit, But it's clearly there are forces at play that try to keep us stuck within the illusion, and not having any of that. That's over. This is the last time. Hashtag last timers. Simon says, only thing that makes me nervous about that FC is that I don't want you being targeted by persons or psi attack, but your genuine warmth shines through, and that's why you're a good guy you are. You're the good guy you are. Thank you, brother. I'm not worried about these fuckers, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm good. Thank you, though. It's very kind of you to say. Thank you. Ms. Ellie says, shame, guilt, and fear is the name of the game here, baby. Yes, it is. That's how it runs. That's how it gets its rocks off. Ann Pearson says, a rigged game from birth, a twisted game of life and death. Yep. Abraxas, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so Anne thinks that they're covering their asses when we're talking about the consent thing. Let's do a poll. Okay, let me put this up here because I really am curious. Okay, how do I word this? Let me try and figure this out. Just give me 1 sec, guys. Okay, so what? Okay. Are they covering themselves, or is it part of the game? They are covering themselves. Okay. Let's maybe be more specific. To not violate laws or violate. Okay, here we go. Okay. Just bear with me 1 more minute, guys. Are they covering themselves to not violate multiverse consent laws Or is it part of the game? Part of is part of the game. All right, let's see what you guys got to say. Please vote in that poll. I'd love to see what you guys have to say. All right, we'll move along while that's going. Oop. Okay, I don't know why that's happened. All right. Come on, live chat. All right. All right. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, please vote in the poll, guys. I'm curious what you guys think. Goldie Girl, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned ketamine. I've been thinking about trying that actually. Has anyone here tried the ketamine therapy? I've been given some. It's really funny that that's brought up. I was giving it some serious thought into trying it, but it always makes me wonder. It's like, oh well, what the hell else do they got in that damn thing? But I got CNS Lyme, so it'd be nice to limit the pain. That's why I'm kind of just at the point where I just don't care. It's like, let me just try it. But, these days with all of the other intravenous experiments going on, makes you wonder. It's like, oh, what the hell is in it? But I don't know. Exara Moore says, yeah, spirit guides can be deceptive too. Yeah, for sure. It's just, I think the question is it across the board, So, tough to say. Okay. Flinghammer says, even music or particular songs you were seemingly drawn to cluelessly at the time have meaning now. Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Huh. Yep. It's music. It's... 1 minute. I will order a new my flying mic stand. I will order a new mic stand at some point. Probably I'm kind of holding out for Black Friday in hopes that it'll be cheap. Okay. But yeah, anyways, Flinghammer's right. Even music or particular songs you were seemingly drawn to cluelessly at the time have meaning now. So many. I mean, I think about all the music I used to listen to, especially like when I was a teenager and in my early 20s. All the concerts I've seen. Even things like seeing the Truman Show when I was, when it was in the theater. Why the hell did I go and see the Truman Show in the theater in 98 or whatever it was? Saw The Matrix. All this stuff. And then years and years and years later, it has profound meaning about everything that I'm doing in life. It's nuts. Totally nuts. So again, is it a game? Is it a game? That's for another video. We'll kind of leave it at that for now, but Simon says, yes, FC, we live in a twilight world. No friends at dusk. Miss Ellie says, if I could find more, I'd do it for you for research. But I have no contacts. Yeah, like, I don't, I want it too. I'm in the dark with all that stuff because there was a time in my life where I could easily find something like that, but not anymore. Okay, now it's too high. Go figure. All right. Okay, so. Vampire Slayer says, ideally, if you have tested the spirit guides, you can recognize the resonance. If any doubt, test them further and deeper till you are sure. See, I think even that is so questionable. I mean, just think about, we're talking about beings in another realm, on another frequency. We've seen that, that there are abilities to send love bombs and have all sorts of crazy things happen. I'm not saying that every spirit guide is going to do that and then say, hey, put the brakes on. I'm just saying, it should be information as it pertains to you and moving on should be only with you. It should not be anything outside of here. For kicks and fun and maybe something within this matrix, sure, that's cool. But as far as anything pertaining to the afterlife, I would never, ever, ever go down that route. And I'm not saying that you are Flinghammer either, or Vampire Slayer. I'm just saying that, it's far, far too risky to even go there. That's all. Simon says to Flinghammer, interesting, though, whether even tastes are predetermined from music to sexual orientation. And then Flinghammer says to Simon, interesting, I need to see it already. I'll see it at my brother's house. Okay, I missed the context there. Sorry. Vampire says, FC, I would love to help to assist in any way you may want. I am intrigued. Salvia? Alright, yeah, you know what? Yeah, Salvia can be an interesting approach. Sure. Yeah, shoot me an email, man. foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. Just put, make sure you, any of you who email me, please put in your channel name or your username in YouTube. And just remind me what we were talking about. Because sometimes the emails get, I don't know who I'm talking to. So it's good to just have a reminder. I get quite a few. So, and just so you guys know, I'm backed up with emails, but I will definitely get back to you. And if you're planning to do something like DMT or even the salvia or ayahuasca, and it's going to be soon, just put like, urgent in the subject, and then we can try and arrange to talk, within a day or two. The Green Wizard says, DMT feels like breaking into the inner workings of a massive computer system. Very artificial feeling for me. Yeah. Yep. I could totally see that. Reincarnated Sultan says, I'm watching the REM video song, The Imitation of Life, and I'm laughing at the same time how 5-minute songs show all the Matrix scenario. Wow. Daniel says, have you looked into ketamine treatment? It's supposed to do wonders for healing emotional trauma. Yeah, emotional and apparently physical too. I'm giving it a shot. Ann says, forever you ought to consider a live call-in show soon. Yeah, Ann, I'm thinking about doing that maybe once a month, like on a Friday night or Saturday or either Friday night, Saturday night, or a Sunday afternoon. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and make that a regular thing. All right, there's pages and pages of chat after this, so I think I gotta kind of wrap this up. We're gone 4 hours and 20 minutes right when I looked at it. All right. So yeah, again, anyone out there who's had a near-death experience, is currently or planning to do DMT, ayahuasca, even salvia, reach out to me. foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. Please, my friends, if you haven't already, consider subscribing to my backup YouTube channels, because just in case something should ever happen here, that is going to be my main place to reach out to you all. And I still get messages from people saying that they are not receiving notifications. And the best thing I could say is make sure that the bell is fully lit up and for all notifications. Other than that, I really don't know what else to say. I also do platform exclusive live streams over on Odyssey, so you can check out that in the description as well. And if you're new to Odyssey and haven't used it yet, please use the invite link, as it will help promote my channel over there and also give you some free crypto for signing up. Doesn't cost anything. And I also have an Instagram and a Twitter and a Twitch. All these things frankly, those last three I frankly really don't use, but they're there. So if you send me a message there, it'll probably take a while to get back to you, but they're there, and a way for us to stay in touch alternatively. And I do also plan to have a website up, and I'm still working on this for the channel. And if you would like to get updates on the website's progress, where we are going to have a community-driven experience over there. Again, still panning it all out, but if you want updates on that, email me to be added to the mailing list, foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. Just put in the subject email list. If you don't put email list or mailing list or something like that, then there's a good chance that I may miss it or something. So I'm just trying to organize things. What else was there? Oh yeah, Mr. Wayne Bush from trickedbythelight.com. If you didn't get a chance to see my interview / open discussion with Wayne, it's part of the My Journey to Awakening series. He was on episode 2, and he and I plan to do a very in-depth multi-part series about his research and some of mine, and we're gonna bounce ideas off each other and all sorts of different things and really, really dive deep. That is going to be lasting from this month on into mid-January. So just to give you an idea, let me bring up the schedule. I will put the schedule out. Just so you know, it is a tentative schedule. Wayne's family has some personal things going on right now, so it could change at any time, including up to the day of each stream. But we are going to go over part 1 of the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap, which will cover the world system, all the indoctrination and things like that. We'll also get into the moon and Saturn and all the crazy stuff. It may even turn into a 2-parter just in and of itself. But the first day of that is going of that will be this Sunday after Thanksgiving. So it'll be November 28th at 4 p.m. Okay. So feel free to set your alarm. I don't have a stream link up yet, but these streams with Wayne, they're must-sees. They really are. You're never going to receive, just condensed information, loads of it that's going to help you, especially for those people on the fence. I mean, I'm sure a lot of listening right now are already, they don't need much more convincing, but for those on the fence or still new to the concept of the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap, you won't want to miss the series with Wayne. I mean, we are going to cover it all, or as much as we can. Just to give you an idea, give you a little sneak peek as to what we're going to cover. We're going to cover the world system in one part, religion in another part, music, TV, and movies in part 3. Part 4 will be experiences, things like the void, NDEs. I mean, that's going to be a long one in and of itself. DMT, psychedelics, life between lives, out-of-body experiences. Part 5 will be possible solutions and alternatives in the afterlife. And then part 6 will be a fully dedicated show for call-ins with a phone number and live chat and questions and answers, things like that. It's really going to be in depth. We're gonna talk about things we agree with each other on, things we disagree with each other on, and everything and anything in between. So it can really, really drive home everything that's going on. Okay, so hang in there with that. I will see you all again very soon. Much love and blessings to you all. Take care of yourselves. Feel free to watch this. Helps the channel. Much love.